各位现场的贵宾，各位业界先进，大家早安，大家好，我是今天的主持人 Ariel， 非常欢迎各位莅临未来制造趋势论坛。Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm your MC Ariel, and welcome to the Future Manufacturing Forum.
In recent years, COVID-19 and net zero emission trends have accelerated the upgrading and the transformation of the manufacturing industry to respond to digital transformation and sustainability. We are very happy to welcome you to the Future Manufacturing Forum. In response to this trend, the industry players need the support of Ministry of Economic Affairs. So we are welcoming Secretary General of the Bureau of Foreign Trade, Ministry of Economic Affairs, Amelia, to make her opening remarks.
外贸协会邱副秘书长
Executive Vice President Felix Chiu of TAITRA, of the industry leaders, and friends who have joined us online and on-site, good morning. I would like to welcome you to Future Manufacturing Forum. Yesterday, we also welcomed many guests to attend the opening ceremony of TMOS. And today, we are also very delighted to have so many distinguished guests to join us today. So welcome. Thank you very much for your support. This event is held under the TMOS. TMOS is actually the biggest trade show in the post-pandemic era. We are very happy to welcome international visitors and buyers to Taiwan, which is a great indicator of the Taiwan's business activities returning to pre-pandemic normal. In recent years, AI, IoT, blockchain, universe, and other forward technologies have changed the landscape of global industry structure. Many companies are thinking how they can benefit from these new technologies and include new technology into their smart transformation. And this will include automation of their production lines and responding to the customer's needs in a more efficient way. Based on the study of TrendForce in 2023, the scale of global smart manufacturing will reach $400 billion and $620 billion by 2026. We believe that this is a promising industry outlook, but still we are facing challenges and the changes in global economic and trade environment, including supply chain reshuffle, the competition of high-tech industry in China and the United States, as well as geopolitical tensions. But we believe that we will have many new opportunities. For example, that Taiwan has well-established ICT industry and precision manufacturing R&D capabilities. We now also have the very well-established industry clusters, and all the industry players are very resilient and flexible, and we can respond to customers' needs very quickly and customize anything our customers will want in the future. We will continue to make the most of our cohesion and competitiveness and play a role and seize the opportunity of the global supply chain reshuffling. We believe that the best is yet to come, and MIT made in Taiwan will become the key force in driving the manufacturing industry into a new level. The government has also worked very hard in this regard. For example, Department of Industrial Development and also the Bureau of the Foreign Trade have the very much focus on this issue. What we are doing is to help you promote and market your products. We have adopted digital tools and interactive methods to attract eyeballs of international buyers. With that, you can find your partners very quickly. We also use AI technology to introduce products in multiple languages that would help you to overcome the language barriers when you communicate with buyers from around the world. Sustainability is a very important topic. We are facing the challenge of the green supply chain. So another areas we need to work on is decarbonization. Many companies have adopted high efficiency and low energy consumption equipment. So we are happy to see that more companies adopt the low carbon technology. And in this area, we are also cultivating sustainable and smart manufacturing industry in different industries. Let's work together to achieve the net zero emission target by 2050. We are very happy to have so many experts join us on this special occasion. All of you are the leaders in the manufacturing, machinery, and high-tech industries. And the speaker will share with you their insight on the trend of the smart manufacturing. So once again, welcome to the forum. To conclude, I thank you for your participation again, and I wish you a rewarding experience at the forum, and health and prosperity to all of you. Thank you very much.
致辞为我们揭
Thank you, Secretary General Amelia Dai, for your opening remark. As we enter the era of digitalization, TAITRA has always been an important partner to provide assistance to business on integration, digital services, and ESG program. So please welcome Mr. Felix Chiu, Executive VP from TAITRA, the executive organizer, to give us his remark. You can take off your mask. Amelia Dai, Secretary General from Bureau of Foreign Trade, and Da-Jeng Yao, General Director of Mechanical Mechanics. This is the research laboratory. And also Fu-Ren Ho, Senior Advisor from Rockwell Automation, Mark Chen, Sales Director from Dassault Systems, and Aditya Ramkrishna, Vice President of Siemens Taiwan. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of TAITRA, I would like to welcome you all to the Future Manufacturing Forum. I think you still remember in 2013, Germany was the first country to come up with this slogan of Industry 4.0. We want to promote the idea of a smart transformation and improve the overall manufacturing production and also sales and marketing of the manufacturing industry. However, in order to achieve the target, to achieve the smart transformation, it's very difficult. TAITRA, under the Commission of Bureau of Trade, we have set up a smart machinery special project group. We wanted to promote the idea of a smart manufacturing within Taiwan. It's indeed a great task. In 2020, after the pandemic, we have seen many countries opening up their borders. So it gave us a great opportunity for us to further develop the smart transformation in Taiwan. We see many businesses undergoing this process of a smart transformation and have drastic changes to their machinery equipment. So for the past 2 years, we see that given the strong demand in the market, we have seen the automation of automation equipment, machine tool equipment, and testing equipment. And the demand has been increasing. So for today's forum is a response to the demand, a strong demand in the market. So today's theme is the future manufacturing. We wanted to talk about the automation of production lines and also some remote collaboration technology. We want to provide the participant a new perspective and think about that in the given the new normal and given the new changes of how can we further develop the machine tool industry and have a broader perspective. So for today's speakers, we have invited elite speakers from first-tier manufacturers, including Siemens Taiwan and Dassault Systems, and also Rockwell Automation. We have a total of 10 elite speakers to share their professional experience with us. So once we have learned about the future trends and development in machine tool industry, we hope that we can better be equipped to overcome the challenges in the future. So today is actually the second day of the TIMTOS International Exhibition, and we're here at the Insights stage. So the show will go from Monday through Friday. Every day there'll be exciting programs. In addition to the Future Manufacturing Forum, we also have Maker Workshop and also Sustainability Day and also Manufacturers Win Podcast Live. So we hope that through these different activities and the experience sharing, the participants or visitors will take home a very valuable experience and information. So in the future, when they're faced with the challenges, they will come up with better solutions. As I mentioned earlier, TIMTOS is the first and the largest professional machine tool exhibition in Taiwan after the pandemic. So I would like to encourage you all, potential buyers from home and abroad, I encourage you to take a look at the exhibition floor in Nangang Exhibition Hall 1, Hall 2, and TWTC Hall 1. And take a look at those different solutions and smart transformation tools and have a better understanding of the high-quality products and services provided by Taiwan manufacturers. I believe you will have many inspired ideas. So without further ado, I would like to wish you all the best of health and prosperity and a very rewarding experience. Thank you for your opening remark. Next, we're going to have a group photo of all distinguished guests. First, please welcome Secretary General of the Bureau of Foreign Trade.
那我们是不是也再次欢迎邱慧丽副秘书长再一次来到舞台上 ？Please also welcome Executive Vice President Felix Chiu。工业技术研究院机械与机电系统研究所劳达人所长 ，General Director of Mechanical and Mechatronics Systems Research Laboratories at ITRI Professor Yao， 西门子台湾数位工业总经理骆奎旭 ，Welcome，Mr. Aditya Ramkrishna。 达索系统台湾销售总监张明辉 ，Sales Director at Dassault Systems Taiwan Mr. Mark Chang。Rockwell 台湾洛克威尔智慧制造应用发展资深顾问何辅仁 ，New Product Introduction Manager Rockwell Automation Mr. Ho。OK， 我们请一同看向前方镜头 ，Please look to the cameras in the front。Okay, we have one in the back。好，我们向前看远方一点哦。We have our camera in the back. Please look forward into the camera and give us a smile. Okay, and now please give us a thumbs up for the second picture. 第二张，我们竖起拇指比个赞。我们也预祝我们今天的论坛都非常非常的精彩、顺利、圆满。这里也再一次感谢我们台上的与会贵宾，还有台下所有的来宾。好，我们是不是掌声感谢台上的贵宾 ？Thank you all for being here. Please take a seat as we will now finally officially begin our wonderful forum today. 好，我们这里呢，紧接着就要来展开今天的论坛内容了。到底要如何兼顾零？
So next we are going to have our first presentation. How can we implement a net zero policy while creating sales growth? So please welcome our first speaker, General Manager of Siemens Digital Industries Taiwan.
Industry Taiwan, Mr. Aditya Ramkrishna for his presentation titled Boosting Global Competitiveness Through Machine Tools Industry Green Transformation. Welcome.
Thanks. Good morning, Felix. Thanks a lot for the invite. And good morning, all of you.
Morning.
Morning. I'm really happy to be at a TIMTOS show again. I mean, I was telling it earlier, this is my 4th or my 5th TIMTOS show. And I've seldom been so excited for an exhibition like this particular one. I mean, I started my career in the machine tool business. So when I was 25, I started my career in that business. So I'm coming from the machine tool industry. And TIMTOS, especially for me, is having a lot of personal memories, because what is really so cool about TIMTOS is it's not only all the Taiwan machine builders who are here, but you see all the worldwide dealers who are here. And this is really nice that Taiwan is open, the borders are open now, and the worldwide dealers are back there. So I was already there yesterday in Nangang, and all the customers are there. And I personally believe that this will really help and boost our Taiwan economy. And why is that needed? I mean, this boost is needed because industry is having a lot of challenges right now. I mean, there are a bunch of it for each and every machine builder or machine user has got a bunch of challenges. I would just like to focus on one topic, this topic around sustainable. I think everybody is talking about this right now. And why is this especially important for our Taiwan machine tool industries? I'll really be focusing on the machine tool industry in my speech today. I mean, 80% of the machines of the Taiwan machine tool industry are getting exported. And these machines are landing up somewhere in Europe, in the US, and all over the world, basically. When these machine tools, however, are going to some country, to a factory, this is CapEx cost, right? Which is sitting on the shop floor or in the factory of all these companies. All these companies are currently really interested about the topic of carbon footprint, how to be sustainable, and then especially if such a big investment of a machine tool is coming over, they are really interested to know how sustainable or how carbon efficient is this particular machine tool. So that is why these customers who are sitting in Germany or in Italy or in the US are asking our Taiwan machine tool builder sitting in Taichung, how sustainable is your machine tool? So you can be sure all these customers there in Nangang today are getting asked the same question. How sustainable are you? And why is that important? Because we as industry, right? I mean, we are dirty. I mean, more than 1/3 of the global energy is consumed by us as the industry. And more than 20% of all the carbon emissions is also done by us, right? So that is why we are not so clean, and that is why we have to take steps that we are getting our act together and we are contributing to this topic around sustainability. And that is why also, at the end of the day, our resources are finite, right? I mean, we need to make sure that everything is left in the same way, so we have to do also a lot with what we have. And it's not only all these customers who are asking about sustainability. I think a lot of you, I think all of us in the traditional industries, I would say, we are also facing tough competition when it comes to recruiting talent. I think all of us know in Taiwan, a lot of the young talents and the young students to which industry they want to go now, right? So that is why all of us in the traditional industries are really finding it challenging to attract good young people. And we are also getting these questions a lot of time from the young students, so what are you doing for sustainability and what are you doing there? How are you being sustainable? What is the purpose of the company? And that is why it is also important to be accountable and to get new young talent. But it is also proven that companies who are sustainable are more successful in business. So, I mean, there are also a lot of studies there. For example, a lot of CEOs are also saying that. And more importantly, also, young people are really interested in this topic now. So that is why it is massively important. And we as Siemens, we believe that the topic to connect a lot of these challenges is data. The future of machine tools and the future of industry generally is a connected world. I mean, the machine tool business historically is a very traditional industry, right? I mean, nobody wants any machines to be connected. So the best case scenario is the machine is just kept somewhere, not connected to anything, and everybody's happy. But that is not the future. I mean, we are supplying to global companies who want their machines connected, so who want their OT level connected, and the best case, connecting the OT all the way to the IT layer. So that is why this is going to change, and a lot of data is going to be flowing all over the place. And that is why what we are also trying to do is, we are trying to transform this. Just by giving you one example, also the topic around sustainability, right? The so-called circular economy. What we are also encouraging a lot of our customers is sometimes to say, hey, our end customers, you do not have to throw your old machine tool away. We are able to retrofit your electrical components, right? We're able to change your drives, your motors, your controllers, and then your machine tool can run another 20 years. It's also saving a lot of money, and it's more importantly also resources. Or just take this one, for example. We also believe that going forward, companies will cooperate a lot more. What we are currently doing in Germany is we are trying to build a sort of database in which we are also inviting our suppliers to enter their carbon footprints into our database. And this is an open database where any company can have a look at. And basically, companies can then check there what is the carbon footprint of a particular product they're buying. And we also have these sort of really nice digital softwares at Siemens. When you're sort of designing a new factory, all these carbon footprint data is in this software, so that when I'm designing a new factory of the future, I'm not only designing the factory, but I'm also exactly knowing what is the carbon footprint of each and every machine I'm buying. And that is what I mean by companies will cooperate a lot more also going forward. And this is a topic where when I'm talking to a lot of customers all the time, they're asking me, how can you help me for ESG? And I'm not joking. I mean, yesterday I was walking around in Nangang. I think every second booth there had the word ESG written over there. And very often I tell my customers, hey, for the S and for the G, I mean, I cannot help you a lot, right? I mean, this is what every company has to do for themselves. I mean, how they're being social, how they're governing their companies well. I mean, of course, we as Siemens, we are an international company. We are making sure that all our practices are correct. We are working the right way. We are treating our suppliers correctly, our customers correctly. So we're able to share examples. But what I'm able to help my customers is about the E portion. How am I able to help him decarbonize? And how am I able to help him save resources? And these are two topics which are simple topics at the end of the day, and much more tangible also than digitalization, because it's really easy to implement. I have also a few very easy portfolios here, where I tell my customers, hey, with a very simple app, an application, for example, you're able to get the transparency of your complete energy consumption. Or for example, also of your machine, with some very simple device, for example, just you're putting an edge computer, for example, right next to your machine tool, you're able to get the consumption. Or for example, also our drives and our motors. in a very easy way, you're able to get the power consumption, or you're able to reduce the consumption of your complete system. So some very simple tools in order to reduce your energy consumption, and this is what we are talking to our customers about. And of course, these two topics are linked always, right? This topic of digital transformation, I think you were mentioning it, Felix, Industry 4.0, 2015 the first time, and this topic is not really, everybody talks about it, but the massive implementation takes time, and even in the machine tool business, in a conservative business, it takes time. But we are really seeing an acceleration right now of this topic around digital transformation together with sustainability. And this is a topic also we are heavily promoting at the TIMTOS this year, on how are we able to accelerate digital transformation, especially in the machine tool industry. And for this, we have also trying to sort of launch a new platform. It's called Siemens Accelerator. The aim of this is every new product or portfolio which we are launching or bringing out as Siemens is able to be connected. So we are able to connect this to a cloud or to an edge device. Or for example, each and every product we launch as Siemens, our customers are able to use that as a service. So they are able to sell that and make money out of that. So that is all part of the Siemens Accelerator. And basically, we are currently developing new portfolio around this topic, that this is getting more tangible for our customers. And if you go, for example, to our Siemens booth this year at the TIMTOS, what we are showing is three topics. The first topic around a smart machine, where you have an individual machine. How are you making that a lot more smarter? You have topics around a smart shop floor. So basically, in the complete shop floor, how is that getting elevated to the next level? And finally, a smart virtual machine. Let me start with the storyline of a smart virtual machine first. And this is where this whole topic, what we as Siemens are always talking about, the virtual world and the real world, this connection. If you're a machine tool builder, just take, you're a machine tool builder like Tongtai. We have a Tongtai machine on our booth this year at the Siemens booth at TIMTOS. You're a machine builder like Tongtai, right? Tongtai is developing its latest machines, for example, with a Siemens controller, and they're doing it in the virtual world first, right? Of course, they're always been sort of designing the physical aspects of the machines in a CAD/CAM way online. But now, also, they are getting all the brains of the machines, so the controller, the CNC controller, also in the virtual world. However, what is making it really, really exciting is our software not only has just a simulation, it is having really the exact NC kernel of the controller. That means, especially in the CNC controller, it's absolutely crucial with the interpolations, and there are a lot of calculations going on. And we have exactly this NC kernel of the CNC controller in our software. So the machine builder is able to build exactly the machine tool in the virtual world at a very high precision. So the machine is built in the virtual world. He's then planning to sell this machine to an end customer, maybe somewhere in, in the US. And the end customer in the US is also having his virtual factory, because he's building his factory, he's building it virtually in the first step. And at some point of time, he gets this machine tool from Tongtai, for example, and he's placing it in his virtual factory. And then maybe he's not happy with something, and then he gives back feedback back to Taiwan, to Tongtai, to adapt something. And then they are very quickly able to adapt without even building a real machine. So it's all virtual in the first step. And this is also saving a lot of costs, increasing productivity. And then finally, when the machine is delivered over to the end customer, it could be a smart machine, right? Because you also have a bunch of features in that machine with the help of which you're maybe able to cut faster, you're able to produce parts faster, for example. We have a cool function called ACM. I will show that in a bit. And then finally, the machine is on the shop floor in the US. And not only the one machine, there are probably going to be 10 machines. And then that is where you have like a smart shop floor where all these machines are connected and bringing out data. One very simple application is called Manage My Machines, in which, in a very simple overview on the cloud, you're able to check the status of each and every machine, what is producing, what is not producing, and then you can do sort of remedies for that. So basically, we are transforming this complete chain right from the digital twin of the machine, how a machine is getting produced, right up to the shop floor when everything is also producing. And then, of course, adaptations can constantly take place. So this is the storyline we are having. So later, if you come and visit our booth, you will really see how a machine was built in the virtual world, right up to how this machine is being used and how data is being used to optimize the complete shop floor, right up to then the services which are around that. And I just want to speak about one function. I mean, I'm not going to speak about a lot of functions today. I know it's very technical, but this is something I'm really excited about. It's called Adaptive Control and Monitoring, ACM. You know, I just told, I've been in the machine tool business for the last 15 years. In the past, when I used to go to customers, right, and they used to be cutting a part, they used to be milling a part, and then they used to tell me, hey, I'm milling this part now in 1 hour. I need to make it faster. Then we used to do some stuff, and maybe we used to save, I don't know, 1 minute or something like that, you know, very small savings. And already everybody used to be so excited. But now, with this ACM, this is like an AI method almost on what is the best way to cut a part. We are having examples right here in Taiwan where customers are saving up to 15% of their cutting time. And in the machine tool business, that is massive. 15% savings of cutting time is amazing. And this is a topic which is almost AI generated on what is the best way of the tool on how it is cutting the part. In addition to that, it is also helping sustainability because you're cutting parts faster and you're cutting parts in a better way for your tool. So you're also, I see a lot of tool manufacturers here in this hall, so you're also saving on the tool life, for example. And I was also hearing yesterday a very cool number. Look, the savings which you get with one machine tool. So you have one machine tool which is having this software, ACM. The savings, energy savings you get from one machine tool in 1 year is equal to the amount of energy consumed by one whole house in Taiwan. So just imagine you have a job shop with 5 machines there. You're basically saving the energy of 5 machine tools. So this is a function I'm extremely excited about, and we are currently using this with a lot of machine builders in Taiwan, and they're trying this out. So have a look at that. And with that, I would like to also invite you. So if you're over in Nangang, you can come over to our Siemens booth. Q423 is the booth. Happy to have you there. And with that, these were the highlights, what I was also telling you, which we are showing this year at the TIMTOS, starting right from the machine builder into the machine operator. And this is a topic also we are showing there. And the main 3 focus areas, the topics around digitalization, around sustainability, and finally, the technology topic, which is so important in the machine tool business. And finally, before I close, I would just like to mention another topic. It is not written here on this slide, but another topic which I would really encourage you to speak about, also when you visit our booth, is the topic about data security. I mean, this is a topic which cannot be neglected, also in the machine tool business. And the answer is not, we do not connect lesser. So these machine tools in the future are going to be connected a lot more. Let me just give you one we have a lot of solutions also for that, which are really cheap. And some of them are even not costing any money. So a lot of customers are asking, hey, if I apply cybersecurity topics, it is expensive. No, it is not expensive. Because especially if later something is happening, the cost for that is crazy lot. I just give you one very short example. Normally, a machine tool you see has a USB stick. It's a USB port, right? It's a very common thing in a machine tool. And what happens very often, especially in Europe, in the night shifts is, when I was an intern, I used to work in the night shift in a machine tool factory. The operator in the night shift at 3 in the morning, he's taking the USB, he's plugging it into the machine tool without thinking anything. And then it could be a virus there. And that is where we have a function called whitelisting. You know blacklisting, you don't allow anything. Whitelisting basically enables you only to allow certain programs and functions in. And this is a very simple fix for this topic. So like that, we have several topics. I would also encourage you really to talk about cybersecurity also in machine tools, not only in the other industries. And with that, thank you for your time and your interest. And again, I would be happy to welcome you to our Siemens booth over in Nangang. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramkrishna, for the amazing presentation. Thank you very much. 好，我们非常感谢。那接下来呢，我们要邀请到的是达索。
Next, please welcome Mr. Mark Chang, Sales Director of Dassault Systems, to talk about virtual twin experiences shaping smart manufacturing for future.
好，各位贵宾，各位线上的观众朋友，大家早安，大家好。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very happy to see a full room and a lot of participants to learn more about the future of manufacturing. So today, my topic is virtual twin experiences shaping smart manufacturing for future. As we have heard from the first speaker, what is the future of the manufacturing industry? It is a sustainable development for the manufacturing industry. How can we make our products and services more convenient and environmentally sustainable, and having less impact on the environment, because we only have one planet, and we have observed the climate change has huge impact on our daily life. So how can we achieve a sustainable future is something at the whole core and at heart of Dassault Systems. And so we use a virtual twin experience to shape smart manufacturing for future. So in a manufacturing process or in the design phase of the manufacturing process, we'll try to use the virtual world and try to optimize our product design and compare the virtual environment to the real environment and avoid making mistakes. Instead of having the final product first and find out that we have many defaults. Many defects that need to be improved. So if we have a virtual platform, virtual environment platform, that can help us a lot. And actually, 42 years ago, Dassault Systems started this initiative. We started the journey of a virtual world. So our belief is virtual world extend and improve the real world. We need to use the virtual world to help us to optimize the manufacturing experience. So after 40 years of development, as you can see, we first started with the designing of airplanes. We first worked on the commercial planes and also military jets. And of course, it evolved into other industries as well. As you can see, our 3D design covers 3D digital mock-up, product lifecycle management, and also in 2012, the year 2012, we came up with this 3D experience platform. In addition to describing the R&D process, in the past 3 years, we made a step forward and came up with this virtual twin experience of humans in 2020, which is very helpful to accelerate the digital transformation of the relevant industries. As mentioned by the first speaker, what we're trying to shape is a sustainable future. I believe all of you are also very concerned about this topic. So we have to emphasize that sustainability has always been part of Dassault Systems' DNA. So our company is also doing a lot of carbon reduction, verification, and making a lot of efforts to achieve some of the goals. We also want to help our customers to achieve their sustainability goals, and also we'll help our customers to optimize their R&D process as well. So this is where the virtual twin can give us assistance as well. Let's first take a look at some of the challenges we have seen from the industry, some of the industrial equipment market trends. We have seen drastic changes in this machine tool industry. For example, in the past, we used to have in-person exhibitions, but for the past 3 years, we were unable to have in-person exhibitions. And also, it's more and more difficult for companies or manufacturers to respond to the quick changing demands of customers. So in a post-pandemic era, how can we better respond to the increasing demand of the market? That is very important. And also, in the past, the people would just pay attention to a single machine system, but now people are more interested in a whole, in one solution that would cover the entire production plant. And also, they want to increase the connectivity among their different devices and the machineries. And also, they want to have a turnkey experience. And also, during the past 3 years, because of the pandemic, you're unable to fly to another country to provide services. So how can you provide remote customer service and make equipment as a service? So these are different challenges that would drive the development of our products and services. And now we can see there's a demand for enterprise agility and self-aware connected systems, and also the production of one, and also equipment as a service, and also enterprise risk planning, and also circular innovation. So our ultimate goal is for companies to achieve sustainability. And we want to use the different tools to help us achieve the target. So how can we achieve that? We first need to have a faster collaboration. Instead of sending people to the destination company, you also need to utilize technology to achieve that. And also, maybe you need to use new materials and new manufacturing processes to incorporate those into your R&D process. And also, because the customers are more and more demanding, now they would require more and more customization. And also, the service model should be more and more flexible. In addition to selling the devices and equipment, you also need to have more customer-oriented service. So the Dassault system came up with this 3D experience platform. We hope to use this one-stop platform to cover the shop floor and also the supply chain and the marketing and sales. We want to provide a full digital continuity in one unique platform. So in the past, when we designed things on a computer, we would use the CAD, and we would use the CAE. When we also have a PLM system, we have a manufacturing system, we also have a service system. So these are siloed applications in the past. We used to have but there's no connection between the different systems. So there's a disconnect from system to system. That is why we came up with this 3D experience platform. So we'll have a single source of data that covers all the different systems, including the CAD data, CAE data, product life cycle data, manufacturing data, and service data. So we can, in the past, we only had the data, but now we can also include the 3D model into the database. And by doing so, we'll be able to improve the productivity by 30%. So our goal is to create this kind of data continuity through the 3D experience platform. So we will be able to cover the engineering process, the designing process, and the manufacturing process, and also the sales process and service. And we'll be on top of the manufacturing schedule and the delivery schedule. And when the client has a change of mind, we can quickly adapt to the new changes. Did you know that 80% of the carbon emission were decided during the design phase of a product? So at the design phase, you should have a good design in order to prevent big carbon emission volume. And it can also help you to reduce the manufacturing cost. Now let's take a look at some of the examples. So this is the robot, the twin robot, virtual twin of design. You can find one in the Da-Jeng factory. We use a 3D printing technology to create this virtual twin of design, a twin robot. It has a twin brother on the screen in the virtual world. So you can describe the action and movement of the virtual robot. And finally, can turn the data and transport the data into the real world. So this is a cyber physical twin. Another example is virtual twin of generative design. Maybe you have heard of a ChatGPT, but we also have this design world of a ChatGPT. It's automatic and mesh generation. So we will enter several design parameters. So based on your requirements, the system will, based on different manufacturing methods, the system will come up with an algorithm and generate. Maybe you use additive manufacturing or milling or casting through different manufacturing methods. They will tell you what would the final product look like. It will also give you recommendations or suggestions on the weight of the final product. And finally, you can use the virtual world to verify the different elements in terms of the weight and in terms of raw materials. So that can help you to optimize the whole manufacturing process in the virtual world and through the virtual twin. And as I mentioned earlier, after you finish the design, the final product will be used by human. So human experience is also very important. And this is a digital twin of a design. So here you can see a machine, and there's a panel in the virtual world. You can see whether or not the panel is convenient and user-friendly for the user. And also, we can distinguish the different preferences of Asian users or Western users. And also, we can also incorporate VR technology for the verification process. So in the virtual world, you can clearly see whether or not this potential product can meet all the different requirements we have for this particular product. And also, virtual twin of factory assembly line is also very useful. Through this application, we will be able to simulate how much space the operator will get. And in the virtual world, we'll have a better grasp of the real environment. And also, we have, as I mentioned earlier, AR, augmented reality, is a very useful tool. when we train engineers, sometimes it's difficult for us to have a real sense of how the whole manufacturing process would be. So with the help of virtual reality and augmented reality, the engineers or the operators in training will have a good sense of how the real work would look like in the real world. So this is very useful for training. And when we manufacture products, of course, we need to be compliant with the needs of our customers. So we need to prepare the right raw materials. And during the process, we need to make sure that all the elements and all the ingredients are can meet and satisfy the demands of the customers. So as you can see, we have a simulation of the whole process. This is not animated video. It can be converted into a language that robots or robotics can understand. So then we can proceed with the real process in the real world. You can even ask the system to implement some of the actions you want them to implement. And if there's a mistake in the production line, you can have a better allegation. If there's a material shortage, maybe you can quickly adapt and change the production line and change to a different facility. And then you'll be able to meet the deadline for the particular production line. And here you can see this is a virtual twin of 3D factory dashboard. So this is the 3D factory dashboard you will see in the future. In the past, we used the 3-color light. You need to be able to see the light only at the premise on site. But now, through this 3D factory dashboard, you'll be able to monitor the factory situation. And if there's a abnormality, you can try to find out which part has a problem, and you can first have a discussion. And in the past, you would use the physical whiteboard to have a discussion, but now you can do everything online, and then you can make a decision on how to address this issue. So this is an e-whiteboard, electronic whiteboard. Maybe the developer will need to change the design, or maybe the operator needs to change some of the operations. Of course, during the pandemic, people ask me if we cannot come up with in-person exhibitions, if we cannot fly to another country, how can we showcase, demonstrate our products to our customers? So this is another application for virtual twin of sales and exhibition. So through this virtual twin presentation, you can allow your potential customers to see the relevant tools and machinery. So you don't need to ship the physical equipment. And even before the machine is produced or finished, you can present this 3D presentation of the product to the potential customer. Another application is virtual twin of remote service. So you can see there are very diversified application of a virtual twin. This is after sales surface. You want to change a particular component. You can help the operator to know how to replace a particular component. Just through, you just need a smartphone, and through this virtual twin of remote service, you can help the operator know how to change a particular component. So you don't need to go in person. You don't need to explain the whole process in person. So in Taiwan, we also work with the ITRI in Da-Jeng to have this virtual manufacturing process. This is how it looks like. You can see the 3D presentation of the shop floor. It can be all the data can be transferred to our platform. Of course, we have this Mitsubishi Electric e-Factory Alliance, and we will integrate both the real and virtual production lines. So what Dassault system provides is a 3D experience twin. So it covers digital R&D, digital manufacturing, and smart factory. So we provide one single source of data, and we have a design management platform, also manufacturing operation management platform. So all data can be found in one platform. So everything will be driven by this kind of data, and it's based on 3D models. And through this virtualization and simulation, we'll be able to achieve sustainability. Thank you for the speaker. Please take your seat. Next, we're going to invite speaker from Rockwell Automation. He's going to talk about the trend of digital transformation in manufacturing.
Good morning. I'm from Rockwell Automation. It is my great pleasure to join you at this forum. I was asked why Rockwell was invited to give a presentation. Rockwell is actually not a machine tool player. As you can see, we have more than 100 years of the history at Rockwell Automation, especially in recent years. We have worked on automation and digital integration. So starting from 2016, we have the MMAs from the traditional operation and traditional OT to information software, and also we provide consultation services. Especially, we also provide software services and also cloud MBS. So in automation control, now that we are an integrator, we actually have extended our business to go beyond automation in the process of the automation over the past 5 to 10 years. You probably know the trends of machine-to-machine communication and also the IIoT, as well as data. And in recent years, when we talked about sustainability, carbon neutrality, and the net zero emission trend, now this is an irreversible trend. So manufacturing industry that need to respond. Cybersecurity is another very important topic. Even TSMC, such a good company, also face the threat from the cybersecurity. For a big company and also end users, they are facing these challenges. In these three areas, ESG, cybersecurity, and the digital transformation, how you should deal with these challenges, I think the Rockwell Automation can play a part in assisting you to overcome the challenges. First, you need to know your position. We have Siemens, Dassault, and Rockwell. We are the original manufacturers of the equipment, and we try to do everything right to deliver the perfect machines. Equipment companies are in the middle. They are not the original manufacturers of the machines. They are also not end users. So when there's any problems from the user will always call the equipment providers. So that they usually face a lot of the pressure from users. So how can they deal with the three challenges I just talked about? The second question is on IoT and also digital transformation. A key part of that is the source of data. If you have the original manufacturers, of course, you have a lot of data, and the end users also have a lot of users. The big companies have the very good IT system of maybe 500 people, and they deal with the different customers and large volumes of the data. But sometimes they need good tools. Speaking of the tools, I think all of you cannot claim that you have the best tools, especially on the integration of the real world and the cyber world, CPS. So be it the big company or the small company, at this stage, we are puzzled where should we start. We face so many problems, and we see the example in semiconductor industry and other industry. Where should we start first? In Taiwan and in Asia, advisory services now also play a part in the landscape. So I think consultation is probably the one avenues you will pursued. So as a consultant, that they can help you to analyze a pain point. So we can help you to think big, start small, and scale that fast. That's something that we can help you to deliver. What you need to do today, where you can find the data that you need. I think this is related to the process of digital transformation. With that, I also like to talk about some trends. For example, the carbon emission reductions for the short term, medium term, and long term, 2030, 2050, is it possible for you to decarbonize by the 5%, 20%, or 30%? We do see some national and international regulations, especially for those heavy energy consumption companies. You need to grasp the carbon emission levels. That's a start point. For the equipment manufactured, that's usually the first step. And we manage our energy consumption. You need to track and analyze. Last week, we visited the PCB the maker. The factory is a 3-story building. You probably do not know how much carbon that factory emits by the 2030. Well, the carbon emission you need to pay attention to is not just the carbon emission of your factory, or it include the source, the raw material, the logistics, and also transportation. You need to track the carbon footprint from the source, and also the production process. And the Rockwell, and of course, is working on this with ITRI. In this supply chain, how can you have the better tracking system so that you can manage carbon footprint more efficiently? You also need to define the carbon borders. You need to know your role your position and also the source of the carbon emission, the right way to calculate the emission level. And this is around the ISO standards from the carbon assessment analysis. And you also have a Kanban, the whiteboard, a bulletin board to show the statistics. And behind that, you need a good consultant to help you to understand what's the best way to get this done. As I said earlier, the Kanban is not the most important thing. The most important thing is actually the aggregation of these data and the carbon the footprint verification. We know the combination is very important, but you have so many different machines. It is complicated to get data from all these machines. So let me move to the smart manufacturing. As Dassault just indicated, I think we need good tools from the design to the actual manufacturing. By the 2026, 75% of capital equipment intensive industry will use AR as a key component for cost reduction avoidance among the frontline workers. And you can see that's the trend. AR, the XR, will play a key part in maintenance. We will see the maturing of the gaming industry and also 3D technology. There's a difference between commercial use and industrial use. Commercial use, we actually do not pay that much attention on the downtime, but for industrial use, how we can reduce downtime is very important. As you can see, this is the Rockwell Enterprise XR, the suite. And these two are development tools. The engines, you can have the 3D scanning, very similar to the application of Dassault simulation in the Taiwan plant. So for the virtual studio, and the regular engineers can develop the XR application. You play different roles in the operation, but you all can benefit from the tools. The customer said that AR is too fancy. We don't know how to use it. We don't know where we should start. Should I just use a tablet for the routine inspection? Is that all I need to do? Amid the COVID, we need to provide a lot of remote assist, including inspection of the machine at the factories. So that's an area that we can apply the AR. If we need the tools for the machine to identify itself, is that possible to happen? With the tools, we can streamline the processes, and with these three directions, we can provide the XR solutions. This is a precision machinery plant in Taiwan, and you can see that the robotic system is actually very old. Well, the operator is actually not that old. He's just about 40 years old. Now we help them to integrate some document. For example, IKEA's menu. For example, the different parts for the furniture, or how they can use a tablet to get a lot of the virtual assembly of those parts. For example, that to use screws and also tools to assemble the parts into products. And the second application is a factory regular inspection. You have such a big plant, you 3D scanning, and what should we do next? So Rockwell can help you in design process. You think about the future, but in actual executing this step, you also need to think about the future. Sometimes the problems occur to those areas that you never anticipate or they expect. Next, I would like to show you two video clips. This is to identify the object, the image target. The data of this information, you can use that as assembly, training, and operation, and also maintenance. In every step, that you can have an isolate process, but for the client, they want to have an integrated process, including all these steps. I think especially for machine tool companies, you are very busy, so it's better for you to have this integrated demonstration. How about data? Is it from the PDF or from the other places? So this is the application of the tools. How you can familiarize yourself with the tools as quickly as possible. So let me stop here. So this is the video. The next video is the remote assist. This is actually a pumping station. We actually can build this within less than 1 week. Of course, we conduct some site inspection. Inspect the pipe. The inspection result is there's signs of the water leakage. You probably need to check the valve. They are the two the instruments on the right-hand side. Could you check that for me? The reading is 0. So I freeze the screen. And you can mark the value. I see the number. And also for the reading, number 1, these two are okay. Could you check where I mark a check mark and also X? I want to look at the place with X. You can move up a little bit, open that. So this is on-site operation. So quickly you can integrate the virtual world with the real world with the AR headset. This AR headset is just those readily available headset from the market. And you can send photos or send documents, integrate it into the system. As long as the connection is good. So all this can be done. Next, I would like to talk about the cybersecurity. Since 2010, we have heard about these stories. Some big companies that were hit by, attacked by hackers. For example, utilities, the electric grid had been attacked by hackers or some ransomware incidents. For the cyber attacks, the threat can come from outside. For example, the IT, OT, 2 layers, or even equipment layer, or even the operation and the maintenance layer. So threats may come from outside, but the more commonly seen is for the threat that happens from the OMM, operation and maintenance staff. So that's the human factor plays into these cybersecurity scenario. For end user, you can have the perfect firewall. Everything is done perfectly, but the human error can break that firewall very easily. We just heard the example about USB. The USB with virus can affect the entire network. We have the one application. For example, we sell the one equipment. And we would factor in all these. The IT people may think about protection on the architecture. And if anything happens, the system can recover quickly. But for the OT people, well, there's no so-called small risk, especially for foundries in the semiconductor industry, for example. So here we have the advanced protection and identification of risk and the detection of the threat and the risk. Especially many computers may be connected to a huge equipment, especially in industrial control. Well, it is just routine work, nothing complicated. So that we need to identify risk first. There are different layers for cybersecurity, the personnel management, and also the patching of the software, and also the right maintenance of the hardware. Last but not least, let me say that with all these challenges, what should we do? As I mentioned earlier, we now, of course, need to deliver a new model so that we can really manage all these challenges well. Thank you.
精彩的分享，请先行回座休息。好的，各位来宾，在我们刚才听完3位。
So now we're going to have a roundtable discussion for industry representatives to exchange ideas. So earlier we have heard from Mr. Aditya Ramkrishna to talk about boosting global competitiveness of their machine tool industry. And we have also heard from Mr. Mark Chang to talk about virtual twin experience, and also from Rockwell Automation, we just heard about the trend of digital transforming in manufacturing. I believe you have many questions. So now we are moving to a panel discussion. We are going to invite the 3 speakers as our panelists to exchange idea and share their experience with us. How can we strike a balance between transformation and corporate responsibility? And how can we increase international competitiveness? And how can we create future and catch up with these different
Ladies and gentlemen,
trends?
after listening to the wonderful sharing from Siemens, Dassault Systems, and Rockwell, we will once again invite those speakers come up stage to discuss, focusing on the opportunities and challenges of future manufacturing. 好，现在首先要欢迎的是本场次的主持人，工研院机械所饶达人所长步上舞台，欢迎所长，有请。好，紧接着欢迎刚才的3位讲。
Please welcome the moderator of this event, General Director Yao, Mechanics.
Taiwan Mr. Aditya Ramkrishna， 接着欢迎达索系统张明辉台湾销售总监，欢迎，以及洛克威尔合夫人智慧制造应用发展资深顾问，欢迎3位语坛人步上舞台入座。
And we also have the 3 speakers on stage. So I'll hand over the mic to the moderator. You can take off your mask.
3位讲者以及各位与会。
Good morning to the 3 speakers and participants. My name is Da-Jeng Yao. I know the reason for me to be the moderator is because ITRI has a collaboration projects with these 3 different companies. So I'm here as a moderator for the discussions because we only have limited time. So I'll just first ask a few questions and ask our panelists to comment. So starting from my right, we have heard from Dassault system. You have done a lot in terms of the smart manufacturing. You talked about the virtual twin experience. But I believe there are also other technologies. So my question for you is, what other technologies will help us to promote the future of manufacturing? Well, thank you, moderator, for your question. As I mentioned earlier, in terms of the smart manufacturing, we have to see many evolutions. We first saw the automation of different equipment, and now we're moving to industrial IoT, IIoT, and now we just talked about the digital twin. So we can integrate all those different resources along with a 3D model and also AR, SR. So we can incorporate all those different elements into the whole process. And also, the AI technology can also be incorporated into this process. So in the past, we only talked about a standalone technology, but now we'll have more iteration and more connectivity among all those different technologies. As I mentioned about earlier, the digital twin, we will use the virtual environment to come up with a 3D model first. And most importantly, I think the digital experience, the most valuable thing about the digital experience is that it provides us with valuable information. And of course, nowadays, we also talk about circular economy and other environmental topics and how we can save more energy and consume less power. So all those things can be solved with the smart manufacturing. So in terms of technologies, there are various technologies. And we have just talked about a few of the technologies. Twin, we can use a virtual twin experience along with SR, AR, and to do predictions for the maintenance purposes and other purposes. So that is from my experience.
Okay, the next question I will ask Ali. And since you are an international company, and Taiwan's market is so small, so you have mentioned we probably need to have the new business model, and also mentioned lots of the challenge. So could you suggest us how to involve and face this challenge to let our manufacturer to get involved for the international market?
Yeah, thanks a lot for the question. I think one thing which Taiwan is, I'm hearing myself. I think one thing which Taiwan is very good at is interacting with the global market. I mean, you are seeing it, if you go to the TIMTOS here to Nangang, right, you're seeing so many international visitors, which is really amazing. The market in Taiwan itself, of course, the domestic consumption, I mean, just not talking from a machine tool perspective, of course, the domestic consumption market is, of course, limited. However, there is a massive market out there. If you look at the total number of machine tools Taiwan produces per year, CNC machines, I don't know, 25,000, 30,000, 35,000 per year. Even if 20% stay in Taiwan, I mean, there are still a lot going out, and there is potential for a lot more. I would like to look at two different aspects. I mean, the one aspect is what is the value add? So the one thing which every Taiwanese machine tool builder has to look at is what is the value add of his machine tool versus a machine tool coming from our neighboring countries. I mean, again, what is the value add of a, because if you look at a simple vertical machining center, a simple 3-axis milling machine, what is the value add of that against a simple VMC coming from Korea or from China? And this is where the answer is not pricing. I mean, we as a Taiwanese machine tool manufacturer cannot compete with the scale of a Korean, those two big VMC makers, or a lot of these Chinese makers. So that we cannot do. So that is why we have to find our added value. So we have to find what is our digitalization solutions, how are we making our machine tools faster, how are these machine tools cutting pieces faster, how are they cutting pieces more sustainable. So basically answering these solutions and selling these storylines to their end users and able to integrate their storylines into the end user's total production site. So that is massively key. The second topic I would like to address is also if you look at the machine tool industry, right, in Taichung, a lot, if you remove the big 2 or 3, they're huge. However, a lot more, hundreds of them are small, mid-sized companies, family owned, right? I mean, by the father, mother, and then the grandfather maybe almost. What I'm currently noticing is a lot of these companies in the last 3, 4, 5 years or 10 years are having now this so-called second generation. A lot of them well-educated all over the world, in the US and Australia, are coming back now to Taiwan. And what I see very positively is a lot of these young people, a lot of them around the 40s, 30s to 40s, now really making a change there, bringing about digital transformation in their factories on how they are changing how they are manufacturing, making their manufacturing processes more efficient. And this is where also this efficient way of manufacturing, new ways of thinking will really help our Taiwan machine builders not only to manufacture better machines, better technology machines, but then also to market them better, because these new generation, second generation, is also aware of this global market and can also do it much better. So that is why I personally am not too worried that the Taiwanese market is small. I see a lot of possibility, and I'm very optimistic, especially with this new generation out in Taichung now who is coming up there.
Okay, thanks for your advice and the suggestion. I think you are so familiar with the manufacturing industry in Taichung area. Right now, most of the company, they do have the second generation, and even of the third generation, they try to get more involved for digital transformation nowadays. Okay, 然后接下来的问题，我当然要请我们的何顾
So
问。
the next question is for Mr. Ho. He talked about the Rockwell automation and the trend of a digital transformation in manufacturing. So my question for Mr. He is, so in terms of smart manufacturing, Taiwan has some advantages. So how can the businesses, manufacturers, take advantage of the advantages and achieve the smart transformation? Actually, made in Taiwan or manufactured in Taiwan has its niche market. We have many advantages. One of the things is that Taiwanese businesses are very smart. They would not go big first. They will try to find a niche market first. And during the process, we have seen many well-developed applications, but my suggestion is think big. So we can start small, but the next step is to think big, to have a macro perspective of the global market. So what are the things that we need? We are familiar with our own industry. We know our strengths. We don't need to follow other people. And during the process, if it's somebody provide you with additional assistance and tell you about the trends that you can try to find entry point for you. And also, you need to work with new and innovative technologies. When we face with innovative technologies, you tend to be skeptical and hesitant. And also, you need to convince the boss to be okay with the new transformation. We can see that actually the digital transformation process is very quick. Maybe within 2 or 3 years, we have seen the big data dashboard and AR and also chat to GPT. So we are seeing new changes every day. So you cannot wait for the boss to come around and give you the okay. You cannot slow down. And also because for the machine tool industry, because we're marketing or selling to the world, so we need to move fast. We need to move with the times. So you don't necessarily need to follow other people, but you need to be adaptive and think big. Even though you start small, but you need to think big and do not have too many hesitation. Our company, Rockwell Automation, is a big company in Taiwan. We started with the automotive industry. We're working with car tires and petrochemical industry. So we are seeing totally different directions compared to our peers. So we have this kind of global perspective and think big attitude. We also have the whole supply chain in our mind. So from the perspective of manufacturers, you need to think about how can you incorporate your product and services into the bigger picture, the bigger industrial landscape. So, and also because the macro environment is getting more and more convenient, you do not need to spend more on cultivating new talent. We have many search engines that can be also very useful. SAP ERP models, because they also have a very complicated algorithm. So these are different. We also use the ChatGPT to see if they can provide us with any assistance. So those are very useful tools that can help us. So once you know what you can offer, you can quickly copy or duplicate some of the successful experiences. So again, my recommendation is start small, but think big. Thank you. The next question.
For 3 speakers, I would like to know that net zero is a big topic. I think we have a lot of bosses from the manufacturing industry in Taiwan. You may want to know where you should get started so that you will not be phased out from the market in the future. I will talk about 2 parts. The first one is the carbon footprint verification. You need to know that is it lies in the product design process or in the actual energy use. So you need to know that where you can improve your energy efficiency so that you can select the green energies in the right places. All this need to start from the product design process, the selection of raw materials, processes, and also the equipment you use, machines. And also after sales maintenance. All this play a part in the decarbonization efforts of a company. Our digital twins model can help you. If you want to go for project A, then how much emission you will get. If you go for B, what's the carbon emission under that scenario? So you need to start from that. Thank you. Same question for Ari.
I think the point is you have to start somewhere, right? And the answer is you have to start now. there are also a lot of simple topics, like I mentioned earlier in my presentation. I mean, right from some very simple ideas around the digital twin, where you're building the machine virtually, saving prototype costs and stuff like that. I also sharing topics around ACM earlier, where you can save a lot of energy. One other very cool functionality which we have in our Sinomeric is our CNC controller, which we have is, there is this very easy functionality called control energy. It is a functionality which has been there for a long time, but nobody was interested in it. But now suddenly everybody's interested. So basically, you have the keyboard on your CNC control, and you have the control, right? I mean CTRL, and you have the letter E. If you press Control E on our Sinomeric controller, you're able to get really the energy consumption of that machine tool over a particular period. You're also able to export it out and get quite transparent data on it. And this is the first step, right? What is the energy consumption of my machine? And based on that, then you can do some adaptations to reduce it. So there are already, without spending any money, the customer is already able to get the energy consumption and then take necessary steps to counter that. So start small and then basically take it from there.
Okay.
Next, Mr. Ho. Net zero is the topic we have talked about for a long time. As I said earlier, we have the carbon emission from the organization and also carbon emission from the design and also the product production. So smart manufacturing plays a part, starting from the design process and also the energy, the utility, and also the product production steps to the end of life of the products. In the first stage, you probably do not know how to calculate carbon emission. So you need to start there. You need to know where you are. With a very small investment, you can have a better grasp of the carbon emission of the entire plant. We have tools to help you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Special thanks to 3 panelists for your insight. As a moderator, I want to thank you for your participation. I would like to thank Mr. Chang from Dassault and also our best friend from Siemens, Aditya, and also Mr. Holt from Rockwell Automation. That concludes our discussion. Thank you.
谢谢饶所长，还有我们的语坛贵宾们。Thank you to our moderator and our panelists. Please take a seat. 好，我们相信今天呢，透过4位的交流和分享，我们现场的来宾都是获益匪浅。而今天论坛的上半场活动就到此圆满告一段落。现在要进行的是中午休息时间，也邀请贵宾们在午后休息之后呢，1点整的时候再回到洞见舞台，准备报到入场。下午场次依旧非常的精彩，内容丰富。离场前，若您有借用口译设备的话，请至我们的报道台侧边归还给工作人员。另外呢，也提醒各位现场的贵宾，在我们的洞见舞台报道台这边有一个活动的问卷 QR code 可以扫描，邀请您为我们扫描问卷填写。另外呢，在我们的大会报道处呢，如果您有预先报名今天下午场的活动，来宾可以凭报名编号至我们大会的服务台来兑换 Starbucks 咖啡券1份。非常感谢各位的报名。那么另外还有呢，这一次在世贸艺馆的展区，还有非常特别的刀具猎人集章抽奖活动。我们每一天都会抽奖，从今天一路到10号都有，所以呢，欢迎各位集满6个章，在我们5点的时候，每天5点都会抽奖。那我们就今天下午1点见，待会见，谢谢。 各位现场的贵宾，大家午安，大家好，欢迎回到未来制造趋势论坛的现场。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Future Manufacturing Forum. We have invited the experts on future manufacturing to share their professional perspective with us on how forward-looking technology can shape the look of factories of the future. So first of all, please welcome from Delta, Anson Liu, Sales Manager of Asian region. He's going to talk about power supplies for machine tools, AMR wireless charging solutions. We also have another speaker from Delta. Is Jeffrey Chen, Product Marketing Engineer. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to this session to learn more about the power supplies for machine tools and AMR wireless charging solutions from Delta. So this is the outline of my presentation. I will first talk about Delta industrial power products and applications, namely the solutions we provide. And there are some product items and the relevant applications. Of course, we have various industrial power supplies. So based on the market demand, we have selected 2 products to give you more detailed introduction, including Ultra Slim DIN Rail Light 2 series and also the PMT 2 series. And also, I will talk about the product advantages and case studies. So this is machine tools, power supplies, requirements, and solutions. So mainly talk about the requirement or market demand. I think most companies are looking for products that have price competitiveness, and also for the IT industry, they also have very strong demand. But we are also seeing manufacturing industry having a stronger demand the past few years. Of course, the companies will be looking for high efficiency and low power consumption products, and also in the past, they like some panel style power supplies, but now people are also considering rail fixed, easy to install and maintain models. If you want to change the wattage and change the model, they want something that can be easily installed and adapt. And also for power supplies, in terms of the performance advantages, most clients would be asking for products of compact size and products that can save system installation space. And also for power management specialists with the space saved from the product, that they'll be able to make the whole process more flexible. So the power consumption specialists can also work with engineers in terms of the design of the workspace. And also in terms of the working environment, clients would be asking for products with a wide operation temperature. And also maybe they would expect to have a cold start feature of the products. And also some clients would be also demanding for conformal coating. It can improve the protection against a harsh working environment. So this particular coating or paint can ensure that when the machine tools are working, they will be resistant to some harsh conditions. So these are 2 applications on the left. You can see it's a slim DIN rail, easy to install model. In the past, you would see very complicated wiring. So you could not fit in a power supply in the old environment. But after we provide the new version, the slim DIN rail, easy to install model, the client would be able to incorporate the power supply into their whole system. And on the right, you can see it has an anti-dust feature. So in the past, when client use a tooling to cut, there will be creating some dust. So given time, some of the dust will be attached to the power supply, which will reduce or weaken the performance of the power supply. So the power supply would not be able to function normally. So with a conformal coating, we can increase the resistance to dust or ashes in the factory. As you can see, we have different product lines. The first one is something I mentioned earlier, DIN rail power supplies. And one of the feature is it is very diversified in terms of functions and can be installed on rail. And the second product category is panel mount power supplies, and one of the feature is it has it's very cost effective, and the second feature is it's a thin panel model in a low profile. And the third product category is open frame power supplies in terms of the width and the dimension fits industrial standards, and it's suitable to be installed in small installation spaces. So these are the three main product categories. So in terms of the applications of Delta's industrial power supplies, for example, the building automation for escalator, elevator, and also industrial automation, can be used in robotic arms, used for injection molding machine or machine tools. So these are some of the areas. And also for green energy and new energy applications, it can be used in wind power generator, or solar energy. And some oil and gas industry could also use our power supplies to better manage their power consumption. As I mentioned earlier, open frame and panel models that are suitable for small installation spaces, so they also have very wide applications. And also, manufacturing process automation industry also see a lot of applications of our power supplies. So for industrial power supplies, especially for this rail power supply, we introduced this Light 2 series. So in terms of the features of this power supply, it has high efficiency and high power density. So it doesn't require additional space for cooling purposes. And for the Light 2 series, it could be, it had a low profile design. It could be as small as 30 millimeter height. And also it has wide operating temperature from minus 30 degrees Celsius to 70 degrees Celsius, and also has this cold start at minus 40 degrees Celsius feature. So it could be used in cold climate countries. So in terms of the applications, you can see wider application of this kind of power supply, because in the past, some power supply could not withstand cold temperature, or they would ground to a stop. And also, we have another feature is reduced no-load power consumption for this Light 2 power supply, which means that when it is in idle or standing by, it could reduce the power consumption at that status. And also, this series, Light 2 series, has received many certifications. Is compliant with many different international standards, as you can see from the slide here. So a Light 2 series is very cost-effective and has a very good cost-performance ratio. And as you can see, it has very good offering in terms of a different specification. And here you can see we support these are the list of the spec, the power density and slim width and wide operating temperature, and reduce no low power consumption and price performance ratio and safety certification. This is a comparison between the old Light series at the bottom and the new Light 2 series on top. Can see we have better power density and we are going even slimmer and we have wider operating temperature. So it can be used for manufacturers. And also we have passed many certifications to be compliant with the international standards. And in terms of the Light 2 series application, it's for industrial automation or mechanical automation. For industrial automation, it can be used for robotic arms or a CNC machine or a textile machine can be used to improve their performance. So that was about the Light series. Next, I'm going to talk about PMT2 series. It's a low-profile design panel-mounted power supply. So PMT2 series, it's very similar to the previous one. It also is highly efficient, and has reduced the no low power consumption, and can increase the product's life cycle. And also because it has a very compact design and low profile design, so we can use this kind of power supply in limited installation space. And also because it's resistant to dust and moisture, so it can be used in harsh working conditions. And here you can see the PM2 series, the whole family. We can you can see it has better efficiency. It is more compact in size, and it has an over voltage category, and it can withstand even higher temperature, and it has a wider operating temperature. In terms of application, in addition to industrial application, it can also be used in household environment. So it has very good price-performance ratio. So compared to the old series, we are more compact. We have a better OVC. It's OVC level 3, and we have a better resistance to temperature. So in terms of applications, mainly it's used in industrial automation, and for mechanical automation, mainly used for a CNC machine and a molding machine or building automation or security system. And some models can also be used in household environments. For example, some household appliances. And for building automation, because it's compact in size, it's slim, so it can be used for elevators and escalators. So in terms of the product advantages, basically a PMT2 and Light 2 series, they're both compact in size. They have a low profile design. They're suitable for limited installation space. And also they have high efficiency. They have reduced no low energy consumption. So in the future, maybe there'll be stricter laws and regulations. So if you can plan ahead and use Delta's new power supplies, maybe for the machine industry, it will be more helpful for your future development. And also, the 2 series pass relevant vibration and shock tests can prevent power supply components from falling or accidental touch prevention. And also, we have added a circuit board conformal paint coating to improve resistance to harsh environment. And also, we have passed many safety standard certifications that can be used in many countries.
Specific to machine tool industry, I talked about the PMT2 and the Light 2. The features of these two series are high efficiency and thin, lightweight, economical, and universal, the purpose for machine tool industries. So I'll stop here. Now I will have my colleague to talk about the next part of the presentation. Good afternoon. I will talk about manned vehicle charging system for industrial application. When we talk about Industry 4.0, there are the four elements: big data, IoT, cloud, and smart equipment. Smart equipment includes the automation equipment and also robotic arms. So we use the guide rail to deliver flexibility. But still, the flexibility is still limited. Now we have the manned vehicle to provide higher flexibility. For AGV and AMR, coupled by robotic arms, is a very important part of the automation, and also for the materials from the warehousing to production and to the final products, there has been more frequent applications of the AGV, the AMR. In 2012, our estimate is around 220,000 units. And 2027, we have estimated the number will jump to 640,000 units, and the total value will reach 19 billion. Over the past 3 years, the COVID has driven and accelerated such development. Many factories were forced to shut down. So the management had to change their strategy to invest in robotic systems and unmanned vehicles application in the plant. If you look at the geographic distribution, we have Asia, North America, and Europe. In Asia, there's China and also Shanghai, and the Guangdong, and in the middle or somewhere in between these two provinces and cities. This is what the data provides for vehicles, unmanned charging system, and also charging the pile. And for the 1 kilowatt, we have sold this product for 1 year. And we have developed the 30 and also 10 kilowatt. And then for this type, we have 1.35. And based on the different user the cases, we have the different modules, and including the different the power. And let's take a look at the 1 kilowatt. This is why we deliver. And there are the two parts. This is the charging pile. It can be standalone or mounted on the wall. And we have these charging pucks, and a charging slot. This is the charging plot, as well as the transformer. We have the 24 volt and the 48 volt. And for the 48 volt, it can be up to around 30 to 60 volt. So these two output are good for all the application the world over. And for the vehicles, the weight is 1.5 kilogram. So it is actually very lightweight. This is also can be retrofitted to fit the existing car. The thickness is around 2 centimeter, so it is very small. And we also have this part is around 2 times your handset, so very easy for installation. And this is for the coupling. This is IP65 anti-dust and also waterproof. This is for contact power supply. Well, I believe that this is a much better solution. There's one myth. When we talk about wireless charging, we are more familiar with wireless charging for smartphone. It usually takes longer time. As you can see, that the charging efficiency for the handset is around 60%, but for our product, the charging efficiency is 93%. So wireless charging is as efficient or very close to the efficiency of the wired charging. It is also very convenient to then have the replacement. Even just use some default or some fault and the K-box, these application, and it is flexible in terms of where it can be installed. The contact charging still has some issue to address. Well, then it is not waterproof, and it is also not a chemical resistance. And you cannot have the coating, even what a piece of some debris of the head will affect the charging efficiency. And also oxidation is an issue. For customers, they need to send people for monthly maintenance. In charging process, oxidation usually happens. When you use that in the factory, be it 3 or the 4 the vehicles, or you need to stop the operation of this vehicle for maintenance, or you need to arrange some backup the vehicles. And the original manufacturers will need to send people to maintain this type of work. Usually, this is conducted once every month, so the cost is quite high. For the wireless charging, those problems are solved. Well, that the battery design is just like an adapter. When will you repair the adapter of your laptop? No. Even when your notebook laptop is dead, but the adapter is actually functioning quite well. So there's no need to maintain the adapter. If you need to do some maintenance, usually that's in 7 or 8 years. So it's different from those contact charging. This is the lab test, anti-dust. You can see we actually put a lot of small the gravel and the sand. It does not affect the function. And also temperature, even negative 10 degrees Celsius, and it can still function very well. So such a design is especially good for harsh environment and for the 1 kW. And based on this international organization, you can see that our curve is below the average. So that has dispelled some doubt about the safety of these products. We have IPC or PLC in the vehicles, and you only need to program on the setup one time, and you can use this product without any follow-up setting. And this is 1 kW and also 3 kW in the cabinet, and based on different types of vehicles. And we can deliver the different output powers. Some customers have the small vehicles, or the medium-sized vehicles, and large vehicles. And in the past, they had to provide 3 different charging systems. But for our products, with one charging pile, it can provide charging to all the 3 different vehicles of different sizes through the Ethernet. We can monitor the charging status. And this is actually the hot plug or unplug protection. And sometimes the operators on site, when the charging is still going on, they unplug the system. And this is actually the standard type. If you do that 5 times, then the plug will break or cannot be used any longer. For these actual applications, when do you need to use wireless charging or wired charging? This is one of our customers. Well, this customer actually do this in the warehouse and also processing plants and also warehousing. They have the semi-automated factories. And if they use contact charging, that does not meet the safety standards, especially in loading system. If they use wireless charging, that they can meet the safety standards and also provide good charging efficiency. This is a clean room. For the contact charging, there usually dust and some particles. So the contact charging cannot be used in clean room environment. And the battery could be as heavy as 10 kilograms or 20 kilograms. So that this customer switch to wireless charging that solves all the problem. This is another example. This is the site of animal husbandry, and you can see that on site that there are a lot of dust, and also the excrement from cows. The workers had to clean up the excrement of cows on the daily basis. So they adopt the wireless charging system and to do the work, and such a unit works very well in such a harsh environment. Is the retail the case. There are 4 different types of vehicles, and they have to provide different chargers for different sizes vehicles. Our products can deliver one for all that charging system for the vehicles of so many different sizes. And that these are some of the application scenarios for our product. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So next we're going to invite from Infor, Ms. Susan Chiu, Chief Solution Consultant from Info. She's going to talk about AI empowers industry solutions to enhance smart manufacturing.
大家下午好，我是英。
Good afternoon. I'm Susan Chiu. I'm Chief Solution Consultant from Info. I'm based in Hong Kong, but I'm very glad that we can now travel internationally. That's why it took me only 1 hour to go from Hong Kong to Taiwan. I was actually born and raised in China in 1998. I was working for a car manufacturer in Shanghai. It was a joint venture company among China and Japan and the U.S. I was responsible for the planning of the company. Mainly, it was the ERP program. I was involved with the introduction and actual implementation of the ERP program in the company. So after the program has been operational, I just changed my job and moved to another industry. So I had the opportunity to work in China and Hong Kong and Taiwan. So I moved from Shanghai to Hong Kong in 2003. And I was able to see the evolution of the ERP application over the years. And today I'm going to talk about AI empowers industry solutions to enhance smart manufacturing. So a little bit about the background, the trend of industrial manufacturing. You may have heard of this phrase, VUCA. It's VUCA, which stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, which spells out the current trend of industrial manufacturing. VUCA is the phrase. So in this unpredictable market, I think the user experience is very important and it's key for our success. And also, smart manufacturing provide a brand new solution for during the evolution of a manufacturing industry. And my talk today will be focusing on smart factory. So I will introduce to you Info as a industry software provider. How are we going to help our industrial clients to implement smart factories within their companies? And what are the advantages of Info products and services? As mentioned by the previous speaker, Anson Liu, he talked about some of the technical features of a smart factory. I think we share some commonalities. But from the perspective of a software provider, we want to focus more on the last 2 points. We are seeing many smart factories. I think the last two things, the integration and interconnection, are also very important features. Specifically, I think the integration of softwares is also very important, and also the interconnection is also very important for companies to be able to connect with their supply Chang, and also their providers and vendors. So in my presentation, I'll just focus on these different important elements. Before I introduce to you the actual solutions, I would like to first talk about the history of Infor and what are the solutions we have and evolution of Infor solutions for smart factories. As you can see, the company was founded in June 2002. And as a latecomer, EIP industry, I think we started not as early as our peers. So how could we stand out? So when we founded our company, we came up with this strategy to focus on industry. So we concentrated on the industry focus products and services. So that's our strategic goal. And also we acquire the BON EIP system. I think in Taiwan you may be familiar with this BON EIP system. So we acquire several advanced EIP systems in the initial stage of the company. So in June 2006, Infor already had 17,500 plus global clients. And in 2010, we introduced our platform called Infor Ion Companion. That was a predecessor of Mingle. And we rolled out this platform because it was needed by our company. And also, we wanted to have an integration tool to include everything in one platform. And as I mentioned earlier, we saw the trend of integration and interconnectivity. So we think it's very important. And this platform is not just for Infor. It is also for external applications. It can be provided to our suppliers and help them to improve their software. And because we have the Ion platform, so in 2012, we also launched this integrated application suite. It includes all the PIM and WMS, and also in shop floor, some execution system, implementation system. We wanted to provide more edge solutions. And we hope those solutions can be incorporated with the ERP system. And in 2014, we started Infor's cloud journey in terms of our cloud strategy. We were the first supplier or partner to form strategic alliance with Amazon because we believe that friends don't let the friends to build a data center alone. So we worked with Amazon and we published our enterprise cloud journey strategy. So we fully utilize AWS, the cloud computing platform, and advantages. In 2016, we released this multi-tenant industry application suite. We focus on some select industries and roll out this multi-tenant industry application suite. So multiple enterprises can run their ERP system within this platform. And in 2015, we acquired GT Nexus. It's the world's first owner of a cloud ERP product, ERP system. I talked about the importance of the interconnectivity. So Nexus will be able to connect the enterprise EIP with the client EIP via the cloud system, so they can share a solution from end to end. And in 2017, we released an AI learning tool. We called it Coleman. It focused on embedded industry AI. In 2017, we further acquired Yunyuan Shen's analysis and visualization business intelligence BI software company Burst. So that was the data analytics platform for us. So by 2018, we already finished our own transformation. We completed the multi-tenant cloud solutions for the manufacturing, distribution, and life and health industries. So we moved from the traditional local system environment to the cloud system. And we were able to provide industry-specific solutions. And in April 2021, we had 67,000 plus global clients. Among them, 14,000 plus are cloud clients. So that's a brief history of Infor. You can see Infor always strives for disruptive product innovation, in particular products related to smart manufacturing and production. In terms of the strategy, I emphasize a lot, and not all industries are the same. So the auto industry is different from the textile industry and fashion industry. Every industry is different. However, when you work in the industry, you work with different companies. Usually they use the same system. So they have just one single system to serve various industries. You would encounter several problems because there's no one size to all for all solution. If you want to upgrade the features or functions, you need to have a bigger system, more complicated system, and it's more costly. And another problem is if you want to have one system that can serve all industries, then the features will be very limited. You need to have a further development to improve the system. So in order to solve the problems, we try to come up with industry-focused applications. So these are the different industries that Infor focuses on. So in summary, Infor, after entering the market, we saw the imminent need or demand within various countries. But at first, companies would focus on the software solutions. But we already saw the development of ERP. So we had a very good beginning to start our strategy and start our business that is industry specific. So in 2010, we saw that the industry-based cloud solutions were able to help our clients to solve more of their problems and satisfy their needs. So in an annual meeting of Infor, we announced that Infor is going to change from software company to an outcome-driven company. So the two directions for Infor to develop our company, one is to further cultivate the select industries that we focus on, and in particular the last mile function.
功能发布。
Every month, we announce new functions. We also help customers to build a digital and interoperable platform. So I will go to the industry-specific suites. This is very important in digital transformation of our clients. This is industrial manufacturing. Let's take a look at these industry-specific suites. I talked about we work with AWS on our cloud journey. So our suites are deployed on AWS architecture that leverage AWS cloud computing capabilities. And AWS, of course, is a major player in cloud solutions. And we've factored in the safety issues as well as the services such as machine learning and also the model creation capabilities. Info work on the industry side. For example, on the left-hand side, we call this Info OS, Info Operating System. This is a operating platform, the Info Cloud. This is an integrated platform. I talked about this already. And on this platform, the business data can be stored in the data lake. With that, we can work on artificial intelligence and machine learning. On the left-hand side, you see the core ERP systems of Info. I mentioned this already also. This is for companies and industry-specific. Let me give you one example. The features of other industries are not included in this suite. So we go in depth to focus on the needs of the industrial manufacturers, from the small to large scales, from their local operation to overseas operation. And we also have the project-based production support systems, and also the product configurated orders, ETO, the CTO, these production models. For machine tool, other than production, we also need to work on maintenance and warranty. So in our ERP system, based on the traditional code applications to meet customers' needs, we provide additional functions. And on this side, you can see other than the core ERP, based on the different needs of a specific enterprise, For example, if they have specific needs in their warehousing system, they need to include WMS system. I think in Taiwan, TSMC, they also use our WMS system. It can be standalone and using integration technology that will work with the back-end systems and functions. MOSA, I think you probably know this Taiwanese company. They use ERP and WMS and integrate these two together. We also have those professional, the workforce, and also product development system. They are the different suite. All these are standardized integrated suite. Companies in different industry can select the features you need. And starting from the core and moving further to expand the pool of the features for different companies. On the upper right-hand side, other than these softwares, we also have the process optimization and automation solution and tools. Specific to the industry we serve, we have level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. And step by step, all these are key steps. We can deliver the standard processes, and we also have the dedicated module building on the standard solution. They can custom these process and modules with info softwares and connected to info softwares. With that, customers can adopt such a system much faster. The upper level is AI and machine learning, which I will talk about further. So from a different angle, industrial manufactured and the cloud suite, we just talked about the software. And through such a cloud suite, you can visualize all the business processes. And at the core is InfoOS data lake. And all the data that will be stored in the data lake. And of course, this is also the foundation for machine learning. Let me introduce our OS platform. We also have the other components. For example, we have the enterprise, the gateway. This is actually the system interface. B is a WMS or the ERP interface. This is actually a uniform platform for the customers to use. It also includes a professional document management system integrated with the platform. The business platform, it also has workflow and alert management. And also REST APIs are also integrated and connected with the external sensors, data. And on this platform, we also have this data lake feature. Now all the structure and non-structure business data can be stored here. We have a management system for this data. I talked about intelligent analytics platform. This is a big data analytics feature for machine learning. And there's also a development platform. There's always one concern that going to the cloud, because if you deliver the new features, but some features are specific to one company or specific to one industry. So on this OS platform, we have the included no code, low code, or the full code development platform supported by these components. And another issue that is a single point sign-in for safety consideration. This is the Info Cloud Suite AI application scenarios specific to different industry customers. As services, we provide these to customers. And we even have customers to work with us in the commissioning process before the actual product launch. Very briefly, let me talk about this. For example, prediction. Many customers like to have their predictive maintenance. In the past, they use a statistical model, but now leveraging what I just talked about, we use the big data and the machine learning capabilities, and coupling with the external market landscape, then we can have the artificial intelligent prediction. So the accuracy and also the actual value of such a prediction is elevated to a much higher level. We also use the data in the data lake. When we analyze the data, some customers are our target customers, but some are not our customer targets. So that with these customer intelligence, we can have customer-centric analysis, and we will become much more customer-focused. So we now also have the data to help understand whether we can further promote other products. For example, those upsell opportunities, and all this can be materialized with artificial intelligence. And even for the human capital intelligence, we use this intelligence to know who will probably be hired away by other companies. So all these are intellectual assets or intellectual properties of info, because our data, they include the maintenance data of all the suite or these products. And then it can also identify those high risk or at risk equipment, so that we can reschedule the maintenance to an earlier date. So this is a predictive maintenance. And with such a suite, we can make purchase decisions much earlier, and there will be less chances of out-of-stock situation. And the dashboard is in place for it to visualize those risk levels of the different equipment. And automatically, it can trigger work order for maintenance. the users will receive the notification automatically from the system, the spare parts, the automatic purchase orders will be generated. So we can have advanced deployments on these parts we need for replacement. Let me summarize what I just talked about. I shared with you, I don't know whether you know this already, info is actually part of the Coke group. Coke Group is a huge corporation. It works in energy and also petrochemical industry. Coke also has large labs. So we work with Coke to work on research and development.
So in summary, Info has provided assistance to the smart manufacturing industry, in particular, the journey of digital transformation. Here you can see we work with Amazon and Amazon Web Services, AWS, and we have invested $4.5 billion for the past 4 years on digital transformation, including AI, machine learning, SaaS, SaaS. And also, we continuously to help industries to solve the issues related to the last mile. And we are continuing to increase industry-specific and industry-focused solutions. And also, in terms of our cloud offering, in addition to having a cloud suite, we also have an agile solution. It's an end-to-end solution, and it can help customers with a total integration. So we hope that by investing in these different technologies, we can help our clients to achieve digital transformation more fastly and more thoroughly. Thank you. Thank you to Ms. Susan Chiu for your presentation. Please take your seat. Our next speaker, we'd like to invite Mr. Fransky Liu, Senior Manager from Chang Electronics Corp. He's going to talk about accelerate your smart factory modernization by Microsoft IoT platform.
好，各位在座的先进来宾，大家好。我是来自微软代理商全达国际的 Fransky。
Good afternoon. I am Fransky Liu, Senior Manager from Chang Electronics Corp. I'm going to talk about accelerate your smart factory modernization by Microsoft IoT platform. So first, take a look at the challenges in Taiwan. First, we can see the reducing size of the family or household in Taiwan. So we need migrant workers from Southeast Asian countries to make up the shortage, the labor shortage. But the shortage has always been there because the difficulty to try to find enough migrant workers to work here in Taiwan. And also there are some geopolitical issues involved. And also because Taiwan has only limited land space, so the high land cost is also a big challenge for us. So based on Microsoft's observation, if you want to build a thorough and complete ecosystem, an intelligent IoT ecosystem is very important. It's very important for any companies to have a very good digital transformation and smart transformation. So intelligent IoT ecosystem should include everything, including sensor and cloud, and such as Azure, Microsoft Azure is one of the good example. So this is this intelligent cloud, intelligent edge, intelligent IoT ecosystem. We help system integrators to develop the most suitable solution for respective clients. So talk about the evolution of the edge. It can be divided into 3 phases. The first phase is a connected phase. So we first had intelligent assets. We were able to collect data more fastly and monitor the data. So this is what a lot of companies are at. And the second phase is intelligent phase. So we incorporate AI elements into this environment. We help a client achieve predictive maintenance. So in other words, the second phase is about intelligent environment. As for the third phase is autonomous phase. So machines were able to make a determination what is the most effective way, cost-effective way to produce or manufacture products. So this is an intelligent ecosystem. So during the evolution, why do we suggest people or recommend people to use Windows for IoT? There's 3 advantages. Because the first one is because Windows for IoT is very productive. I don't know if you are familiar or your colleagues are familiar with Windows for IoT system. It is really productive. And also because we have over 1 billion active Windows devices, so this is indeed a very powerful environment and very convenient platform. And by using Windows for IoT, you can do more with less. So Windows for IoT is very productive. It's also very trusted solution. And also, if you use Windows for IoT, you can ensure a very good consistency. It can reduce the maintenance costs afterwards. And another advantage of Windows for IoT is it is an intelligent solution. You can quickly connect the elements with the Azure system. So I just talked about the advantages of Windows over IoT. And during the smart manufacturing process, what are the products that we can use? So this is an overview of Windows for IoT portfolio. So this is different types of products by computing power. And on the left, you can see Windows 10 IoT Core and Services. If you want a more powerful computing power, you can choose Windows 10 IoT Enterprise or Windows 11 IoT Enterprise. If you need something even more powerful, you can choose to use the Windows Server IoT 2022 Edge solution. So all applications, if you need a database, you can use Windows SQL Server IoT. So what are the applications? These are the Windows IoT industry verticals. For example, Ruichuan technology, and also Somewhere Info Systems. And other companies, there are very good examples. And also CNC applications, SCADA, PLC, HMI, or Central Monitoring System. You can all find the traces of the Windows IoT industry applications. So these are a list of customers of Windows IoT. You can see major international brands named here. I just give you a few examples, some clients of Windows IoT. On the right, you can see from left to right, you have the ICP, DAS AXP 9000 IoT and Gigabyte HPC server, and also Eon AIoT IGWS01. So Chanda, our company, in our smart manufacturing transformation, we want to help our clients to overcome the major challenges and reduce or mitigate some of the problems they would encounter. And often hear friends from the manufacturing industry that in China, they have many powerful competitors, so they want to utilize IoT technologies to differentiate their company from the competitors on the other side of the Taiwan Strait. So here we can see part of the comprehensive IoT platform from Microsoft that can help our client achieve just that. So on the cloud, you can see we help our customers to utilize Azure IoT Hub. Why do we suggest our clients to use Azure? Here you can see it can operate hybrid seamlessly. It can provide a consistent hybrid cloud service. And also in terms of trust, Azure is the world's top two, one of the world's top two cloud service platforms. And for Fortune 500 companies, and 95% of the companies would use Azure. And also for companies that have both factories in both China and Taiwan, they can provide this boundaryless connection via Azure. And also in terms of the charging or fee scheduling, it's a pay-as-you-go, so it's very cost-effective. And also, it has very good compatibility. And lastly, Azure is local. So if you need a very high connectivity or you cannot transmit data externally due to laws and regulations, Azure is a very good choice. So here is a smart manufacturing architecture diagram example. So you can see the machines and connected can be that are embedded with IoT sensors, and they can collect production data, and the data can be transmitted to OPC server. So operators will be able to know the operation status, and then the data will be transferred to Azure IoT Edge and Azure IoT Hub, and then it will be transferred to Azure Stream Analytics. And it would also utilize Azure Data Lake and Azure Databricks. So after the data has been processed, they will be transferred to Azure Machine Learning Service. So compared to the traditional way of processing data, they will be able to make timely adjustments in the cloud environment. They can have predictive maintenance for the client. Next, I'm going to invite our partner to talk about the actual applications in Taiwan.
谢谢，感谢 Francie。那么这边呢，就也一起来邀请三维资讯有限公司的张祥林专案经理来我们分享。那么主题是工厂管理数位化趋势分享。
I would like to have the next speaker from somewhere. Hi everyone, my name is Shanglin Zhang from Somewhere Info Systems. First, I will use 2 slides to introduce my company. Somewhere Info was established in 1999. We are into our 25th year. Our headquarters is in Taipei. We also have the branch in Taichung and the service office in Miaoli. and other places. For the Metro, the Taipei project, I think that covers a lot of different parts of the system, including the sewage system, as well as the machine traceability. It is very important for us to deliver that with the ERP system so that we can grasp the work order. We also provide the smart building. And this is one example in Taichung that this is recognized as a diamond grade the project. And we are also work on green energy for 7 years. We have more than 2,000 rooftop PV systems. And the energy monitoring system of the Mega Bank was provided by my company. And also, we also provide energy storage system for the Tesla in the biomedical park in Zhubei, and also for the ASE the project. This is also one of our projects. The large projects, including the Metro Taipei, including 120 stations and also 230,000 relay stations that covers the processing plant, intelligence factory integration, and also the analysis on the knowledge. Smart factory, smart manufacturing is the theme of today's forum. As you can see, that covers the traceability of the production steps as well as the power supply. This is the plant-wise system. This is the situation room. The situation room that have such a dashboard, including all the production data, for example, the utilization rate, and also the scheduling the data. Since we talked about net zero, so the electricity consumption of the entire plant. And also in the situation room, and this is a carbon footprint. We have the EMS, the power system. Traditionally, the plants only have the one the panel. That's the total energy consumption. And some company will say that we'll just look at the electricity bill of Taipower when we receive it. But for such a system, you can have these data, the carbon footprint data in the situation room. And the customers can ask you about how you calculate the carbon footprint. For the one production line, for one specific product, are you going to monitor each machine or each work order? In the past, we overlooked the contractual capacity. When we build a plant, we will have the level 1, the electrician, and to advise us on the contractual capacity. You may not know this until that you are fined by Taipower. So when you need to have all the machines up and running during 1 month, then you exceed the contractual power capacity. And when you are very close to the contractual capacity, some plant actually set the alert at 97%. And we have some devices to cool down the system. The on-site supervisors that can check the data on the system, and with the somewhere assistance. And if you know the average, the electricity use every day, then you have a pretty good idea on the total energy consumption. Another issue is the customer complaints. Do you have a system you can track the customer complaints? I told about the regular inspection manager on the left-hand side, the second device. Well, then you may not know what happened to that device. With these work order integrated into ERP, you can actually trace 3 months, 6 months old data. The system has all this data, the work order number, work order information, and then which tool, which workstation, which operator, and which machine, what task was performed. And even for those old masters system is also recorded here. If you find there's something wrong with the machine, then you can check the parameters. Are those parameters correctly set up? And also the comparison of the power consumption related to the net zero. What's the difference if you produce this product on different machines? Now, with the right monitoring, you can check those high power consuming machines. The processes are A, B, and C, but you have the different power consumption on the different machines to deliver the same products, and you can look into this to cut down the carbon emission. So those were imaginary situation room. So that's the ideal situation. How about the real world situation? Now we have the whiteboard, we have the handwritten notes, and also a stack of work orders like this. And when the one product was produced, you just cross that out. These are commonly seen the factory problems. Pinpoint. We still use so many paper-based work orders last week. Every week we visited our customers, and one second generation manager said that, well, we don't need to have those systems because we have the paper-based the work orders. Well, you can continue that practice, but you will have the pinpoint. Well, you can inspect at 5 p.m. or at a different time point during the day. You can continue that practice. Well, you may think everything went so smoothly, but when you come back to your office, 2 or 3 machines encounter some problems. Well, the last year we met some situation in one big company in Taoyuan, and in the afternoon we had the site inspection. That plant is 100% automated. 4 to 5 the workers had a rest at 10 a.m. In the morning. While But when the machine encounters some problem that they have to have the engineers from the original manufacturers to do the repair, that system need to go down for some time before resuming the operation. And also the materials. For example, the materials for work order A, work order B, and the machine needs some time to warm up. And you think you have time to go to the warehouse to get the material. And then you are told that that part is out of stock. So those are the problems we encounter very frequently in the factory. Also, quality quality data can not be located easily. Maybe in that box in that corner, but a lot of time you just could not find the work order. And the handwriting sometimes is illegible. And also the lack of transparency in production data. And if you want to handle some customer complaints, and you want to look at those production data, we have the previous speaker who just talked about the low fertility rate in Taiwan society. Well, then it is not easy to get help from the engineers of the original manufacturers quickly or easily. The customer complaints can not be tracked. The salesperson, they visit the customer and apologize and maybe provide some free products, but all these light on human factor and the reliability is low. The traditional energy management, there are problems on the data monitoring, and also the unreliable monitoring on the production energy consumption. You do not grasp the real time, the plant-wide energy consumption, and last but not least, carbon footprint. Your customer will ask you the carbon footprint, but you are not ready to answer the question. How can we solve these problems? Number one, the work order can become the e-work order so that you can trace and track the status of a work order, and also you can the industrial IoT so that you can analyze the data. Smart manufacturing need to have the teamwork of the workers of the entire plant. For the quality management, we have the tablet or flat panel for the regular inspection, and also the production data transparency by installing the EKB, E-Kanban, and also we have the line push notification, and also the traceability that, to deal with the customer complaint. And for the energy, we have the edge. You can use a smartphone to connect to the system. Work order, equipment, and work process, work steps, and the carbon footprint can be calculated if it's a 2-step or 3-step, and programming to meet the needs of different users. I think my time is up, so let me skip this slide. Let me finish in 2 minutes. It takes the entire team of the plant to deliver a real smart manufacturing model. So all in all, we have the per second data, and also the analytics to aggregate this data. Let me skip the slide because my time is up. So this integrated architecture and connected to the machines, so we can deliver the while I just show you the situation room, the dashboard, and we also have the cloud to deliver a real smart factory. A little bit of commercial. These are the services somewhere provides. We have the system integration, engineering, the design. Feel free to contact us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Our next speaker is Ms. Rebecca Zeng, Digital Transformation Solutions Director from Far Eastern FET Telecom. She's going to talk about smart upgrading for digital manufacturing momentum.
大家好，然后 Grace 好，谢谢。
Good afternoon. I would like to first thank the EE Time for the invitation. I see many familiar faces here, so I'm very happy to be here. So today, I think all of you are familiar with FET. However, having FET at TIMTOS, maybe it looks very interesting. So first, let me introduce myself. My name is Rebecca Zeng from Digital Transformation Solutions, FET. What we do is the externalization of internal resources. So today, my talk is about smart upgrading for digital manufacturing momentum. I'll just use FET as an example and want to inspire you to come up with an even more example and share your experience with us. So first, a little bit about myself. Before I joined FET, I actually worked for Microsoft and TSMC. I also worked abroad on epidemiology. And because my previous experiences in the healthcare industry and OT, IPC industry, I found that this multidisciplinary training is very helpful for me to work in this information and digital transformation technology. And I have made friends with many clients. So I think it's very good that we can exchange ideas. About the agenda of my presentation, I'll just share with you first about the digital transformation at FET. We know that FET is a telecom company, but in recent years, you may have heard of our slogan of BAICC. A lot of companies have different slogans for their strategies. And you know that FET also have some subsidiaries. So they also have their strategies. So within this big corporate group, and behind us, we also have the Far Eastern Group, covering 11 different industries and more than 200 companies. So we can say that the Far Eastern Group is a big driving force behind FET's digital transformation. So in terms of FET's digital transformation, actually, our leader, the general manager, Chiu, she actually had extensive experience in the digital transformation. So within our company, we focus on two directions. And one is changes on what to do. And second, we focus on changes on how to do it. So in terms of what to do, we focus on FET Heart-to-Life application and FET Heart 5G, and also externalization of internal resources. So even in the future, we can also utilize FET services for remote or telemedicine. And in 2020, after we introduced a 5G network, we know that you can see a lot of 5G applications in your daily life. It's just that you don't notice it. And as for changes on how to do it, we want to externalize FET experience externally. So how do we do it? Of course, we see talent as a very important asset. So we want to achieve digitalization of talent. So in terms of talent training and talent retention, we have invested a lot. And also, we implemented a smart manufacturing process, and we have brought IT into cloud. I mentioned earlier my business group, and one of the most important focus is digital transformation with our group, and also digital technology. So these are different conditions that we need to satisfy for us to develop information technology. So we know that FET has to process a massive amount of information and data. I think we are probably the number 1 or number 2 of data users. So how do we build our BAI on cloud? So this is very important task for us. I talked about the FET Heart Life. And also in different cities and different counties, we work with the city government, local government on smart cities and smart county initiatives. For example, smart lamp, street lamps, and smart irrigation system. And also, we also worked with Microsoft on MWFET best practice back office transformation. So our HR department can utilize those new tools. So for the past 5 years, we saw major changes within our company. So next I'm going to talk about the digital transformation and the carbon reduction process. In terms of internally, we utilize the technologies I just mentioned and apply those technologies in our effort of energy conservation, energy saving, and try to improve the energy efficiency. Also, we introduce the carbon footprint verification. So we will also utilize Microsoft Sustainable Cloud. And also, we work with the suppliers and clients to build up the sustainable mechanism among our suppliers. So this is FET's commitment in terms of our net zero goal. I know if you're familiar with the ESG, a lot of companies also have their net zero goal, net zero target. So we have a solar energy subsidiary for the next few years. We want to achieve these different things. By 2030, we want to make sure that 100% of the energy consumed in our office would be renewable energy. So this is our own commitment. And these are some numbers I want to share with you. Maybe you would find those numbers shocking. We're not a manufacturing industry. Our products and services belong to scope 2. You can see most of the energy consumption comes from the stations, and also the IDC consumption is also another source of energy consumption. So this is a very big scope. So how do we reduce the power consumption, energy consumption? I mentioned about different technologies, and also we want to build a network with precision. We will use AI to select the location of different stations because the customers value the signal. We will just use AI to select the precise location and most efficient location to build the stations for our 5G network. So by doing so, we can drastically reduce power consumption of our stations.
就是5G 的一个就是使用上面的。
So by doing so, we'll be able to improve the user experience by providing even better signal. And also, also in terms of the 5G backbone, we also after
的这样的一个效率。好，那另外是。
we also, and this is our own IDC. I talked about the stations, the base stations account for more than 70% of our power consumption. And next, about the smart building, as mentioned by President Tsai of the country, he said that maybe we can make a green building or smart buildings as our priority one in terms of net zero efforts and net zero endeavors. So here we have Teapot C, our headquarters in Banqiao. The building itself is a certified green building. So in terms of infrastructure, you can see FEC has made a lot of investment. And in terms of the inside, the interior of our machine facilities, we also utilize AI, big data to conserve and save more energy. So the PUE is 1.46. You can see the number is increasingly declining, is decreasing by time. And as I mentioned earlier, the remaining 3% or 2% will try to reduce the power consumption in our logistics network or our offices. So nationwide, we have more than 700 or 800 FTT stores. And in terms of the electricity consumption, comes from the power usage and also logistics. So in terms of power consumption, we are going to introduce EMS. We are going to apply EMS across the stores, and we will see the fluctuations of energy consumptions of each store. And for the logistic network, because we would distribute appliances, so we will try to optimize the distribution with dispatch route of logistics network. So that was about the net zero efforts or endeavors of FET. In terms of what technologies can help us to achieve those goals, as I mentioned earlier, the big data is very important, and AI is also important, and also Microsoft Cloud is very important. Cybersecurity is also very important. The network is very important. Because our subsidiary also has our own logistics company, and within our group, we have a presence in a lot of industries. So in terms of manufacturing and building and energy management and smart city, we have managed different projects over the years. So I'll just give you some examples of what we have done for the manufacturing industry. So last year we worked with the Delta. You may have seen some news reports. So FT externalizes internal resources and develops 6 core technologies, BAICCN, and assisted by FET, Delta showcases Taiwan's first 5G smart factory. So we help them to make the smart transition for the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor. And they're able to introduce the 5G and AGV from second floor to third floor. On the third floor, we introduced a CVI solution I can share with you later. So introduce the CVI for the third floor. So the supervisor on each floor will be able to find out a problem and if there's a malfunction. So the VP stated automation requires a connected network. In the past, we rely on cables because wireless network was less stable. But now we have the new technology and new network. And this is late last year, FET, Foxconn, and VMware joined hands to build a cloud data center to enhance IDC performance and carbon reduction. Because Foxconn has a very big business group, and it has a different business units, and they require a lot of IP resources. So when they promote a digital transformation, they notice that from the perspective of IT, CAPEX, OPEX, it is they do not need a lot of supply. So for G-type synergy, they don't see the synergy. For example, BU1, BU2, BU3, maybe they share 80% of the recipe, but it's a very siloed production, a siloed resource allocation. So Foxconn wanted something different. They see that if Foxconn can create a group cloud data center, they'll be able to have a better CAPEX, OPEX releases. They can have a better synergy.
So this project is 1 year old, so it's about for us to check the actual performance of these collaboration projects, and we will see whether the cost has been reduced. This is another project. We work with MOEA Automation. This is for the logistic and distribution. We work with them on application of the 5G technology for the real-time transmission. We hope that since this is also B2B, we will help them to have the total solution on smart warehousing. The problem they encounter is the instability of the Wi-Fi connection at high speed among these shuttle cars. And that means that they need to have the human powered human manual to reconnect. So all of these projects demonstrate how we help the customers with the total solution. You are the expert in this area because it covers the people, the machine, material, and also environment in general. On the human, even for the FET, we encountered a gap. The newcomers need some time for transition, and also for people in different domains, or even for remote working, some problems will happen in this area. And this is for the AIoT, for the machine used by the advanced industries such as semiconductor. Some of the machine equipment are not connected, so it is difficult to have the prediction. So end-to-end solution is the advantage of the telecom industry that can extend to the analysis. Materials, we also have a partner here. They developed an AI platform. We actually have a demonstration in our booth. There's a no-code AI platform. Since AI is so popular, especially the ChatGPT has drawn a lot of media hype. I myself is a data scientist. I know I'm a data scientist. I can develop a code, but the know-how that is held by users. So that how can we return an AI to users for them to develop their AI? We need an AI the platform that include computer vision, the OCR, and also the defect identification, so the users can develop the AI model on their end. So in here, it covers different stages, material receiving, inspection, and also storage. This also uses the AI platform. This actually for the motion identification and also the defect identification in Taiwan. We still use a lot of human labor for assembly. One example is for the Delta, our partner, from one production line from here to that end. For example, 3 meters, there are the 6 operators. The first operator will have the SMP and put it on the board, and the third one will put on the second and third screw. That creates some quality issue. Maybe the one in the production line does not do the step correctly, but the third or the fourth operator do not see the problems, and that create a quality issue. We can install the real-time monitoring the system to monitor the motions of the operator. Sometimes the step is 1, 3, 2, not a 1, 2, 3. If that happens, if the operator does not follow the step correctly, then the supervisor will come to the production line and alert the mistake. So in the past, it usually takes a long time for the supervisor to find the defect. And another part is the working hours. SOP, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And for the workers on the production line, sometimes we'll rotate the operators. So the such a system can help the plant managers to deploy the workers with AI. In the past, there was no visibility of these issues with the traditional system. On environment, we use AI to reduce energy consumption of our server room. Usually, you will start from changing the light bulb, the lighting system, and also improve the efficiency of the cooling system. But I think it is better to advance to the AI, the smart system. And this is another AI platform. This is use the light spectrum AI inspection of the production line, especially for quality control. For the input CCTV, and also from the spectrum analyzer, and you can build a model to monitor the production line. Can you click on the video? This is a smart building. This is the digital twins example. At the end of the March, we will also show the solution in the smart building trade show It is energy efficiency as well as the environmental control and intelligent interaction and monitoring. With all that said, well, we externalize our internal resources, be it invitation from the private companies or the public agency, for example, Taipei Metro, and also big companies in different industry, including financial industry. They know FET. That since this is our new business model, that we have developed a lot of projects collaborating with other companies. For example, CIO like to talk to us. If we want to have the cloud solution, we purchase so much resources that we want to convert CapEx to OpEx. To CIO, that this is number one, the issue. And also for other business units, how can we support them on the digital platform for them to develop their applications? This is not just for FET. Very similar to the development of the Microsoft. Well, since Satya took office, we have seen the transformation of the Microsoft. And FET is in a very similar situation. We have embraced so many different partners, and we also work with schools, universities, Da-Jeng University, and also Chang University, and also other top-tier universities. And we integrate the solution developed by the university professors to our services and products. So now we are here to learn, and we also explore any opportunities for us to work together. This is actually the second time for us to organize these events. And we also work with Microsoft. This is the global alliance of FET and Microsoft. Our top managers went to Seattle to sign the agreement on such collaboration. So here, that will cover sustainability and carbon footprint verification. So this is FET Microsoft Alliance. Last but not least, I encourage you to scan the QR code, and we will select top 3. We will give you a token of the recognition. I'm working in the cross domain, cross industry area. You are the top managers of the different companies. If you want to pursue the digital transformation or net zero or any new things. So this is a very interesting challenge. So this is a survey for you, for your companies to have a little bit of self-assessment. Feel free to talk to me after you finish the survey. Thank you. Thank you, Rebecca, for your sharing. Please return to your seat. Now we would like to have Dr. Andrew Liu, Senior Data Scientist from NVIDIA, to give the next talk. He will talk about the era of manufacturing, automation, collaboration, and simulation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I will share with you the NVIDIA's solution, especially the Omniverse platform. Omniverse is built on our experiences in different areas. And this platform was designed to meet the needs of the company. So this is the platform, an open platform, an extensible platform, and we will have integration with different system partners. We embrace open source, open standards. So let me begin my presentation. Let me first introduce myself. My title in NVIDIA is data scientist, and also the solution accelerator. Now, my mission is to help the client to adopt this solution to solve their problems. Some customers are in Taiwan, some are in other countries. So my mission is to use NVIDIA's Omniverse to solve the problems of the customers. Some customers are system SI with the open platform to provide, to deliver a solution for these customers.
So it's been 2 years since we released Omniverse to the market. And our main targets are software partners. As I mentioned earlier, Omniverse is an open platform. So we'll be working with the CAE, CAT, software providers, for example, instance, the PDC, Dassault. So we'll be having cooperation programs with these companies. And through a connector, we can connect with the CAD, different softwares. So we can create a synergy. And we'll be able to develop a digital twin. And also, we also work with the top 5 electronics companies in Taiwan, for example, Foxconn, Delta, and the major high-tech brand in Taiwan. We also have collaboration programs with them. So we started out with an Omniverse, and also we want to play an important role in the development of digital twin technology. And I'll also share with you some of the trends we have observed. Of course, indeed, a digital twin can help companies to create some industrial benefits or corporate benefits. So first, a brief video to share with you about some use cases abroad.
这个可以帮我播吗 ？OK， 可能因为没有声音，但我就刚好可以用我的旁白来介绍一下。像前面大家看到这是 Deutsche Bahn， 就德国高铁。
So this is Deutsche Bahn. They use the Omniverse platform to plan the traffic flow of the Deutsche Bahn. They also use Omniverse and also Siemens products to do some simulation. And also here, we have some digital twin developers. They focus on retail. For example, they want to have a better planning of the products on shelf. They want to achieve the most cost efficiency, and they want to have a most optimized configuration. And for early adopters in Taiwan, most of the companies work on warehouses and logistics, including Ericsson and Gamesa, the offshore wind farm or wind power generators. And just recently, we worked with the Siemens and BMW, our collaborations. I think that in the promotion of this platform, I think they needed to start from bottom up, meaning from the developers or the companies or manufacturers. And we will provide solutions for the companies to achieve their goals. Some auto brands in terms of building their smart factories. We also work with some of the automakers on the digital transformation of the smart factories. So going back to today's theme, a collaborated platform, because we need to cover a lot of disciplines and the different systems. So integration is very important. In Taiwan, we know that a lot of systems are siloed environment. For example, CD, Dassault, they have a very good softwares. However, take BMW as one of our earliest clients, for example, they would use TPC and Dassault systems, but all those systems are siloed systems. They're not interconnected. So if you want to achieve integration, the client had to suffer for a long time. But Omniverse is an open platform, because for each enterprise, the digital twin is different. They want to fit in their proprietary data into their digital twin. It could be third-party data or other data. So NVIDIA's Omniverse, we provide an open platform. This is actually a language used by Pixar to describe some animated features. So it's just like an HTML language. So through USD, it is a universal scenario description. So through this USD technology, we can use it to describe language. We can use it as a protocol. We can use it to simulate different scenarios. So Omniverse is an open platform. It is scalable. It is extendable, and it is connected. A lot of people have wrong conceptions about Omniverse. They thought that they just subscribing Omniverse, they'll be able to develop whatever they want. Well, the answer is yes, because it's open and it's extensible. You can build your own connection. You can connect with IoT. You can connect with the proprietary data. You can also connect with the Siemens and other third-party system or data. You can even develop some other functions, for example, hyphen script. However, it is not a total solution. It is a platform for developers. And it is very sensible. You can imagine if you want to create a hub on your iPhone, everyone can contribute your own app to this iPhone platform. You know that a lot of companies have their own digital twin solutions, but each company would have some aspects they want to customize by themselves. So through Omniverse Enterprise and then through our Omniverse Kit, we allow developers or companies to develop their own digital twin solutions. And in terms of the scalable feature, it is something that NVIDIA is very good at. In the past, we focus on GPU, and then we focus on node, and then we extended beyond node. We acquire a company from Israel, so we started to cover other aspects. So this platform is very scalable. You can use it for the manufacturing production line. You can use it for an entire plant. You can use it for. We also work with the national lab. You can target the whole Earth, the whole planet. So it could be as a small scale as a production line, and it can be as big or large scale as the planet. And you can expect to have exponential growth. So this is what I meant by the scalability of Omniverse. Another feature is, as I mentioned earlier, it's a platform for you to connect with all the different ecosystem partners. So internally, you can use it to connect with the IoT and enterprise data. So anything is possible. So I just talked about the different features of Omniverse. So for a digital twin, what key attributes are needed? The first, you need to have a ground truth. There must be one single truth. But in the past, different enterprises have their own different softwares. Even for a factory, if they want to build a new factory, they might use Rhino. And then for the manufacturing, they might use a vaccine. When they want to develop products, they have a different CAD, different tools. So when they want to create a digital twin, there will be different stakeholders, different formats. But how can we synchronize all the different sources of data? We can use Omniverse. So the second key attribute is that you need to be physically accurate. For example, it must be able to have the ray tracing function, ray tracking function, and also the action reaction, and everything needs to be compliant with the basic rules of physics. So in addition to look identical with the twin in the real world, it also needs to be physically identical. And also another key attribute is it has to be AI enabled. In a factory, there are many AI applications. We need to first connect it with all the devices and then make all the devices intelligent. And ultimately, we want to create an autonomous environment. Take autonomous vehicle, for example. It can be run totally by itself. And so the same analogy applies to factory. We want the factory to be able to run all by itself. So there are many AI models that can be recreated. We'll have an AI model that can predict the demand. And we also need to have an AI model that can simulate the transportation of raw materials. So all the AI models would require data. In the past, when we try to train AI, the biggest challenge is the collection of data. We did not have enough data for the artificial intelligence. So imagine if we already finished the first two steps, we had a ground truth, and we have this physically identical or accurate replica. And then the next step would be to collect data for the AI training. So this is actually the process we went through when we help our clients to create this autonomous vehicles. We needed the different models for us to verify the models we had, the virtual models. So once we have the virtual models, we can put the vehicle in actual present in the real world and see that if there's an obstacle on the road, whether or not the vehicle will be able to detect and avoid hitting the obstacle on the road. So AI-enabled key attribute is very important. Another key attribute, digital twin, there are two stages. One is a stable digital twin. It's a static digital twin, but moving to the next level would be a digital twin that can be connected with the whole environment. It will be perfectly synchronized. So through the Omniverse open platform, through USD, because it's a standard defined by Pixar. So through those IoT data, you can put your own C program language and integrate all those different data. So Omniverse's predecessor is actually an algorithm platform for autonomous vehicles. So I mentioned earlier, some of our clients were car companies in the past. And one of the challenges they face was once they have the simulated model, how can they verify the model and how to train an AI model? We know that autonomous car face challenging environments, and there are different lighting environment, different climate to deal with. So different configurations present different challenges. As for AI models, one of the key problem is it's not general enough. So once you go into the real world, the system will crash very easily. So we created this deployment and training structure. So through configuration, we'll be able to design and collect data and simulate the real environment. Another important part is the ray tracing.
There's a physics engine in the lower level of Omnibus. It could be the flow of the air and also the simulation of the soft material, flexible material. All of this should be dealt with in factories, and we want to have the full fidelity. For example, for AMR, that we can validate this model in a virtual environment. And this is more hardware for this OVS and connected storage networking OTS part. All the digital twins are included. Our direction in the recent years is to make software that cloud netting. It is across a node, and it can be operated easily. For example, for these high-end bicycle company in the United States, this is actually designed to enhance user experience. I have become cycling recently, and through this ray tracing system, they can deliver the better user experience. And the vertical, the major target include construction for the planning of construction under the different environment and weather conditions, and also ESG, as well as green building. Factories, we first work with BMW. They use many of the softwares. So we work with them on this collaboration project. We also work with Mercedes, GM, on the digital twin development in Taiwan. We also work with many manufacturers for some time, including Mechatronics and Foxconn, targeting the different topic, digital twin, just like AI. It is a problem specific to decide what data that we will gather. So for the digital twin development, there's a requirement of in-depth discussion with customers. There are different BUs in one company, so you have the different targets. So the different BU have the different problems to address. So you need to factor in the need of the stakeholders to enhance the efficiency of such a solution. Many customers in the very beginning may think, well, that if they see the BMW demo, so they want to go for the entire factory. So if that happens, well, we need to pull them back to focus on their needs and their capabilities. Are they 3D ready? So starting from there, and the telecom company, the Everson, Happy AI, through simulation, we can help them to see the distribution and efficiency of these base stations. So that from the factory scale, we move to the city scale. This is Earth 2 simulations through digital twin to simulate different extreme weathers, as well as the impact on the planet. With all that said, let's go back to Omniverse. This is actually the free launcher. You can download this free of charge. It is actually on the iPhone app hub. Each icon is an app of Omniverse. Some developed by Amelia. For example, some are for robotics. If you have experience of developing robot, just like Gazebo, these simulators, I'm not saying they are not good enough, but we do have such an app like Gazebo and the Reebok for collaboration. So we can leverage the benefits of all these tools, and also third-party apps, PDC, Quill, 3ds Max, and also Maya, etc. And the connectors are also included, and also visual components for simulation of the production processes. Flexing can be used for the entire plant simulation from different angles. That involve TNX and NX for the tools on the process simulation. So this is a launcher, a starting point. You can access the apps developed by NVIDIA. And also you can have some extension to develop the custom app. And you even can push this app to this platform. Let me go back to Omniverse. The keys include these. Number one, the nucleus. I did not talk about this, actually. Nucleus is a database. This is a USD database. Database is very important because the key point of the digital twin is to synchronize a third-party, in-house, proprietary the data. The data need to be aggregated, including virtual control, and also the collaboration with different apps. The second one, connect the different ecosystem, third-party apps, in-house IoT, EMS data. The digital twins in your mind or in the minds of the other the enterprises. For example, they want to include 5G signals. The third kit. That's the Omniverse of open and extensible features. Through Kit, we allow developers to develop their extensions. The first one, be it Hollywood animation or the very similar application that we have simulation, utilizing ray tracing. These physics engine can make digital twins perform even better because it obeys the laws of physics. And many customers use Nexus and also Dassault simulation agents. So they can feed in these simulation results to this platform to create. And the last one, the RTS renderer. That's the virtual sensor. We can use this architecture to express how Omniverse Enterprise works. The left-hand side, that's create access. That's the launcher. When we talk to our customers on digital twin, we invite them to imagine using Omniverse, their 3D pipelines. That's the platform for digital twins. This is one example for Easyman Maya, Remix Rhino. All these are third-party tools, and each software need to be paid a licensing fee, which is not that cheap. So we saw two that we have offered the opportunity for you to pay a little bit to integrate these tools through Omniverse. Different stakeholders, different the system can be connected, and with one target, so you can move to the next stage. This is the USD. We do not expect third party will adopt USD. They can use extensions to convert to USD to achieve collaboration. For example, the 3DX Rubix and the Maya. Each developer can work on the one scene. In the past, 3DX finished one stop and go to share drive, and Autodesk developer that can work on the next step on geometry, and after that, able to area for animation. So it is a sequential the work. However, with Omniverse, well, different stakeholders from different perspectives, different domains can work on this platform to finish the final work, digital twins. And this is actually the design language, the surface, be it metal, glass. So there's a language to describe the material, and also AI. And on the right-hand side, this is the client side through the browser FRDC of this technology or thin client to access the 3D scenarios on the cloud or the collaboration platform on the cloud. And this is a long journey, frankly speaking. This is my own experience. It is a very complicated journey, especially it involves the 3D. So you are customers. You are very important. You can play a part in delivering the higher efficiency in such a 3D collaboration platform. To building such a scene, you can have streets, scape, buildings, and the USDs have such a hierarchy, the architecture, and different stakeholders can work concurrently to finish the scene much faster. So building the 3D the pipeline is actually the first step. So let me skip these examples. The different people at the different workstation, and they can put their work on the platform for the next person to finish the next step. This is what I just talked about. Sorry. This is PhysiX contact reach. I think that's another key. Our research team is engaged in the different research projects. This is a recent one. And in terms of simulation, the two difficult things. Number one, that is the frequent contact. It requires a large computing power. You have to real time, immediate. For the contact reach, it's difficult to simulate. The second one, that's the flexible, the soft texture or materials, you cannot simulate, so it is difficult to validate. Also, for example, if you want to provide that for a robotic arm, and it is difficult. So maybe we should use manual work to do that. If we cannot validate that model, if we can have the better simulation from the score of the recent research project, I think the score is better. If we can have better simulation and compounded with AI intelligence, then maybe we can make that automatic instead of manual work. And last but not least, let me conclude that we need to looking for more resources. There's no March 20th. We do have this. And we have more than 500 sessions. And we also have the identification detection of industrial defects. I will be the speaker. This is a workshop. If you are engineers who are new in this field, feel free to contact us for this training session. We also welcome those DLI, GTC 2023. Then you can access our website. Thank you. Thank you very much.
时间非常的快，我们下午听了。
The time really flies. We have heard several presentations already this afternoon. We have heard from Delta and Infor and Chander and also Somewhere, as well as FET and also NVIDIA. So as we have heard from these different speakers for AMR wireless charging, AI smart manufacturing, digitalization of management, automation of manufacturing. These topics are all about smart manufacturing. So for the next panel discussion, we're inviting the speakers to join with us to have further exchanges and share their experience on the use cases.
A lot of amazing, wonderful sharings, and we can tell that all of their sharing shares a common theme, is that there's a trend of smart manufacturing. So we are we're about to begin our panel discussion now, and it is titled Forward-Looking Technology Envisions the New Factory of the Future. For more further discussion on this topic, and we will very soon quickly invite our moderator and our panelists. 所以呢，我们这次要邀请到的本次的媒体伙伴是来自 Times 的蔡明仁专案编辑 Ryan 蔡，他亲自来担任本场圆桌论坛的主持人。好。我们这里是不是掌声先来欢迎我们的主持人
So a round of applause to welcome the moderator for this panel discussion, Mr. Ryan Tsai from Times, Taiwan, and also our panelist speakers this afternoon. Please welcome Anson Liu, sales manager from Delta, and Jeffrey Chen, product marketing engineer from Delta, and also Mrs. Susan Zhu, Chief Solution Consultant from Infor, as well as Fransky Liu, a Senior Manager from Chinder Electronics Corp, and also Rebecca Zhen from Digital Transformation Solution Director from FET, and also Mr. Andrew Liu, Senior Data Scientist from NVIDIA.
好，那我们即将要进行的就是我们今天这个下午。
So we're kicking off the panel discussion this afternoon. So I'll just hand over the mic to Ryan. Thank you to all the participants and the speakers. Thank you for staying until the very last part of this afternoon session. So my name is Ryan Tsai. I'm from Times, Taiwan. I would like to ask the speakers to introduce themselves and talk about the specialties they have.
去我们先自我介绍。
好，那我刚直播中。
So I just share with the audience. I am a senior data scientist at NVIDIA. I help enterprise clients to build using NVIDIA as a platform to build their digital twin. And in Taiwan, the targeted clients include the manufacturing industry or electronic assembly. Recently, we also work with some medical centers like Chang Memorial Hospital and other medical centers. In the past, we focused more on the hardware, but recently we focus more on the software. We want to fully utilize our software to achieve some of the things we want to achieve. For example, the development of digital twin. And Rebecca. So my name is Rebecca. I am the Digital Transformation Solutions Director from FET. I actually have worked in different industries, but right now at FET, I help companies and clients with the digital solution and digital transformation, and also work with the startups and domain partners to co-create solutions to help enterprise clients and the government as well. I hope to jointly create new solutions for the new economy. I'm the principal solution consultant from Infor. My name is Susan. I'm based in Hong Kong. I hope that in the future, I'll be able to have frequent opportunities to come to Taiwan to work with the manufacturing client in Taiwan. When we talk about smart manufacturing, there are two T's. One is IT, the other is OT, and the integration of the two. For Infor, we focus on the IT and provide an industry-specific solutions. It's a cloud solutions, cloud suite. So based on this cloud solution, based on this cloud foundation, we can provide AI and machine learning solutions to help enterprise clients to achieve their digital transformation. I'm from Delta. I work with the AGV AMR solutions at Delta. Actually, we started to work with chargers very early on. And in 2012, we saw some AGV AMR applications already. Now, the AGV AMR solutions are more popular. And just recent years, we saw some exponential growth of the AGV and AMR. And we started to work in the charging industry. And then we have set up an independent team, working group to focus on the charging system and chargers. I think wireless charging is very important because in many environments and some applications, if you use a contact charging, it's not suitable for many environments and applications. So in the future, I believe wireless charging is an area that we all need to pay our attention to and need to focus on because it can be applied to different environments and different vehicles or medium. My name is Jeffrey. I'm product marketing engineer. So actually, our applications include industrial applications and other applications. For example, for some high-end process management system, it can also use some of our products and services. And for our department, we also work with some clients in the medical industry. So for industrial power supplies or medical power supplies can be applied to many fields and different environments, maybe even beyond our imagination. So through this kind of forum, we want to share with you more of our product and services and more of our experience. And through the exchange, we hope to optimize Delta's product and services and provide even better portfolio for you. So we have heard from the speakers and their self-introductions. And we have actually speakers from different industries. And actually the idea, the concept of the smart factory or future factory, we have been talking about this for many years. So what exactly is future factory, a smart factory? And what are the key features? And in order to answer those questions, we organized this future manufacturing forum in order to find answers for those questions. And we have many participants here and online, all eager to learn about those answers. We know that the smart factory has been a very popular topic for many years. So I'll just want to hear more from NVIDIA and Infor for the past few years in the development of the smart factory. What trend we have observed, and for early adopters, what benefits they have achieved. And for latecomers, maybe some companies have yet to embark on the journey. What would be the potential challenges? Thank you, Ryan. I'll just briefly share some of my feedback. We have observed for the past few years, for early adopters of AI and relevant technologies, they have received some benefits. Indeed, the AI applications will be helpful and helpful to improve the overall efficiency and time to market. So for companies, especially for the semiconductor industry, we know that semiconductor industry usually is moving faster or ahead of the global market. For example, the defect detection flow, I think it's one of the few areas that I would started to adopt this new technology. So before AI, it was a very labor-intensive process for defect detection. However, because the labor-intensive approach was not very cost-efficient, but for early adopters, there are companies that use AI in defect detection, they have reaped benefit. And also, of course, there would be some challenges during the process because you need to have a talent with the AI skills and you need to have data engineers. So those are the infrastructure investments that are required. So some companies were hesitant to adopt the technology or AI because of that. And in recent years, many of the AI developments are related to the software. For AI, and has become not just one of the new systems of the company. AI is also an enterprise system. Once you have the new system, you need to integrate the AI system into the overall system. So NVIDIA is working with some enterprises, for example, VMware. For some enterprises, they focus on microservice, and some companies focus on hybrid or cloud. So NVIDIA would use our Omniverse to work with different companies from different industries. Yeah. And also we can provide some cloud native applications and help companies to focus on the issues they want to solve. So instead of in the past, they had to start everything from scratch because they needed to invest a lot of resources to take care of the initial issues. So NVIDIA, through working with our partners, an OEM like Dell, Supermicro, and those companies, through certified system, the VMware, Andrew, OpenShift, open source, we can integrate everything in one place. So enterprise clients do not need to worry too much about those issues. So that they can start with a cloud. Once the cloud can meet your requirements, you can use a certified architecture, certified software, and we will help our partners to come up with the MOR performance benchmark. So in the future, your AI investment will be more rewarding or more favorable. So the whole AI system will go to production very fastly.
Rebecca? Thank you. I'd like to echo what Andrew just said. I worked for the manufacturing industry, semiconductor industry in the past. We are in the 2023. And these solutions and the technologies are very mature. We have many solutions ready for us to use. I think for manufacturing, the healthcare, and the financial industry, the first question is what the problems are you going to address, and what result would you like to have? It is for the products, or for customers, or for quality. You need to ask the right question, and after that, you prioritize what you should do first. Frankly speaking, if I spend my own money, I would be very sensitive. I would be very prudent, especially for manufacturing sector, which is cost-oriented, OEM, ODM. You've worked very hard for international brands. And you earned the margins. So the first question you need to ask is what problem you are going to address. For example, for the production, it could be operational efficiency. It is talent. This past weekend, I actually had a meeting, and we discussed that companies were desired to hire the better talent and cultivate more talent. We have so many digital tools to incubate and retain the good talents. So the people, technology, and also ask the right question. The next step is related to your future. Future is an abstract term. So the next generation, next step is your future. This is the feedback I would like to share with you. Next, Susan. So from the perspective of the software provider, I share with you our observations. Speaking of the smart factory, interoperability, advanced software system are essential features of every smart factories. Our customers are manufacturers, home and abroad. Very pronounced trend is that in the United States and Europe, they embrace new technology much earlier. And for the traditional ERP or the CRM, enterprise planning or the management tools. The suppliers even provide the cloud solution. Our customers in the United States and the EU always opt for the cloud deployment first. That's the first priority. So they will move from the on-premise to cloud. And the benefits are the more obvious. One example, a simple example, one customer of ours is managing the seating arrangement of the sporting facilities. That is a very large Australian company, and they actually won the bid for those seating arrangement of the Olympic Games facilities. So starting from the software, using the AI solution, what they do help them. Number one, they need to win the bid. Since it is a public tender, and after they win the bid, they need to invest in a lot of people and money. Even before they win the bid, they also need to work on their proposal. And they also need to deliver on time for those sporting facilities. Well, the essential thing is to meet the deadline. So the on-time delivery is indispensable. So we use AI to study that in the past they use a CRM system, ERP, many data, including their study of the market situation. So a lot was done manually, a lot of human judgment. However, the winning ratio is very low. With the machine learning and AI model, they could have CRM, the ERP, and all the different parameters can be incorporated. They can feed all the historical data into the system, market data, and the competitors' data available into the model. So the model can be calculated in a more objective way, and that has become the very important part of the decision-making model. And they calculate the winning ratio. Another thing they do is the analysis of the suppliers' performance. They have a database of the suppliers, and they can select the right suppliers using this model to help them win the bid and work with them on the winning the project. We have some statistics. The win rate has been increased, and the timely delivery has also been increased. By the same token, I think in Taiwan or even in China, for large companies, I think they have been engaged in the cloud transformation. It's time for SMEs to do the same. This is something we need to seriously think about. And many companies are still using the NetX old system developed 20 years ago. So it's time for us to rethink the potential risk of using these old tools. the international customers and also Taiwanese customers, even some Chinese customers, based on their experiences, I would like to advise you to think about how you can embark on this path of transformation. It's about time. Thank you. Thank you very much for the sharing of the three panelists. You all talked about the transformation of the smart manufacturing is very important. Smart manufacturing is all good, but delivering that is difficult. Some statistics from WF, the World Economic Forum, from 70% of enterprises on the path to their digital transformation have they encountered some ordeal in terms of the personnel or technology. So smart transformation is not that easy. In a much larger context, well, some move more slowly, some are moving faster, or some have not thought about the transformation. So if we make reference to those success stories, some of you that mentioned some of these stories, could you share with us how we can achieve the paradigm shift? For example, for SMEs, the key message to SMEs on how that they can make the smart transformation a much smoother process. Andrew, let me share with you our interactions with some of our customers. I think there are some successful factors. Number one, top-down is very important. You need to have the buy-in of the top management. Be it mid-term or long-term project. You need to find the top decision maker to join the kickoff meeting, to have the top managers on board so that the communication process will become smoother. I think we are told about the AI-related cases and also LLM. All these are the cross-domain examples. Since it is cross-domain, it is very difficult because you need to incorporate different perspectives. Different perspectives usually mean possibility of conflict for the past AI team. Well, not all of them are from IT. Then if a company thinks AI is very important, then the company will form the AI team. And there are some low-hanging fruit. Those are usually targeted first. But if you really want to see the real benefits, you need to have IT people to work on system integration. If there are the difficulties in synchronization, then the deployment will slow down. So the top-down, the commitment of the management is very important. AI championship is another key. When I talk to customers, I usually will find the AI the champion who may not know AI well. This person doesn't need to know about algorithm. This person only needs to know some basics, some limits of AI. With the ChatGPT, really worry that we can use ChatGPT to train a model so that well, the ChatGPT or model can respond to all the questions from the boss. So AI has its limits. So the AI champion also needs to know the AI, the limits. And that this person also need to become a coordinator for this project to achieve initial small success as a starting point. So with the success of a smaller project, and the top management will approve the next project. So we do this step by step. We anticipate the AI solution can be scaled up to the entire organization. So 2 points are very important. Top down, the top manager's commitment, and second, we need an AI champion who can take a lead to integrate the resources of the different departments. It is very important for the cross-functional coordination. Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, indeed, in the process of transformation, we need to have the top decision maker, especially the top executive. That's one of the keys to success. The same question I would like to ask Susan. For the larger companies, the transformation may move faster. For SMEs, the process usually moves more slowly. So could you share with us the success stories, especially for big companies? Based on your observation, what did they do things right to achieve these success stories?
So among our clients, I think Rebecca mentioned something similar earlier. So we talked about digital transformation when we're building smart factory. I think the most important thing is we need to know what kind of business goals, business targets we want to achieve. I think in Taiwan and China, we face a similar environment because the government would provide some subsidies and support to help businesses to implement the digital transformation. For small and medium-sized companies, maybe they would get a subsidy from the government and they would revamp their production lines and they would roll out the paperless manufacturing process. But the key is once we have the new system, we need to make sure that the production efficiency has actually been improved and how much improvement we're able to make. So during the process, we would work with our large-scale companies, large-scale clients, and we would have this walk-in with those big companies and big clients. So what we talk today are just conversations and idea exchanges. But for our clients, we have some major clients that can share their success stories with the SMEs or particularly small and medium-sized clients of ours. So they can share their experience, how they were able to achieve the digital transformation or smart manufacturing step by step, and what kind of business goals were they able to achieve during the process, through this process. So we have talked a lot from the perspective Infor, from the perspective of FET. How do we introduce a platform? How do we introduce a Microsoft service? And what forward-looking technologies can we utilize? And another important thing is when we talk about smart factories, smart manufacturing, after the transformation, we face the reduction of manpower. And in addition to introducing AI, we also need to think about the introduction of AMR. So maybe Anson from Delta, could you talk more about the AMR applications, the autonomous mobile robotics applications, in particularly how can Delta Solutions help a company or clients to improve the AMR efficiency? So based on my observation in Taiwan's market, in particularly for traditional industry going through half automation or a complete automation, most clients would think about cost. Particularly when they think about manpower, they would think about the increase of a salary for their employees. I think China maybe is still the world of factory, but maybe the government will roll out a new law or regulation to require a mandatory salary increase in China. So maybe the difference between the salary in China and the salary in Taiwan would not be that big, and the gap is getting smaller. So you can see that a lot of the employment opportunities are moving to Southeast Asia, for example, India or Vietnam. So when companies are unable to relocate their factories to other countries, I think the introduction of AMR will help the companies to reduce the cost or HR cost. In earlier years, the government would not allow factories to have the 3 shift, to have their employees working on 3 shifts a day. And by introducing AMR into the production process, you'll be able to reduce the manpower costs, and especially the remuneration or salary cost significantly. I think it's only sooner or later for companies to introduce AMR and more autonomous or automatic measures. It's only a matter of time. A lot of companies are willing to make a relevant investment in terms of the transportation of raw materials or the planning of production lines. Everything is very flexible. For example, one AMR machine can replace 3 operators, and they turn back the cost. They can get return on investment within 3 years, and an AMR machine can be good for maybe 5 years. And also during nighttime, if it's a real person, of course, you cannot work the night shift all the time. But if you are using an AMR, you can still have machines operating during night shift. I think China has a massive land space and it has many companies. So China was a fast mover or early adopter of relevant technologies or robotics. And after so many years of development, I think their equipment and devices are relatively stable. In Taiwan, we are moving relatively slower than China, even though in recent years, some companies are thinking about making the transition. But our database is not as complete as the database you can find in China. So moving from traditional industry to automated industry, I think Taiwan is moving slower than China. Maybe we're just 1 or 2 years lagging behind China. But I think in Taiwan, we face another restriction is limited space for the factories. If you put 3 or 5 or even 10 machines in a factory, it is almost exceeding the limit. And about using it, also about the usage of batteries. People say, why do I want to replace the batteries? It's very heavy and it is very difficult and cumbersome to replace the batteries. So I just talked about the limitation on the space. And also there would be work environment or safety regulations. And if you're using a vehicle that needs charging, you need to always drive the vehicle back for charging purposes. So that creates another hurdle, another challenge. And also, when you're using vehicles, you need to have additional maintenance cost. But of course, when there is a challenge, there's always a solution for the challenge. In other countries, you can see the application of wireless charging. It's just that in terms of the technology, there are some thresholds that you need to overcome. You need to first achieve a certain level. For example, for smartphone, maybe for wireless charging, you can only achieve 60 or 70% of charging efficiency. But for factory facilities, the factory equipment, the charging efficiency is also a challenge. But of course, given time, we'll be able to overcome those technical challenges. The wireless charging in earlier days, we had a lot of considerations, but now we are seeing more and more applications, and maybe some wireless charging in water or in more harsher environments. Nowadays, we see that as we're able to overcome those challenges, we'll be able to see more applications of wireless charging technology. And also we can have a one-to-many charging pole or charging station. So now we're talking about the unmanned transportation vehicles, but in the future, maybe we can think about transportation vehicles in the air or other applications. But of course, many of the technologies are still in development process right now. So thanks to Anson, I think you just touched about the future development of smart factory, MRIGB, or all sorts of automation will indefinitely involve the reduction of manpower. And if we want to run the factory 24/7, how can we reduce the manpower while maintaining the normal operation of the factory? That is another issue, because we have seen in the past few years some accident or incident due to power outage or earthquake. So in terms of a power supply, it would be a very important topic for smart factory or smart manufacturing. And of course, we need to have a further investment in the consistent and stable power supply in smart factories. So what are the things to look out for, or we need to pay attention to? Thank you for the question. For the future factory or factories and of the future, other speakers talked about how we can optimize the manufacturing process in terms of the power supply. The number one requirement is stability and trustworthiness for unmanned vehicles or unmanned machine. all these different equipment would require a power supply. If there's a shortage of a power supply, or once the infrastructure is shut down, there's not much you can do. So going back to the products and services, in terms of the raw materials we use, when factory encounters earthquake, once because we adopt a higher standard for shock resistance, so we can make sure that the unmanned factory would be able to have a consistent operation despite of some of the minor shocks or minor earthquakes. And for new factories, there are several things to do. One is digital transformation. Another thing is something we haven't talked about. The green energy transformation is also very important. You may have an excellent or outstanding system. We will see more and more applications of 5G equipment. But all those new technology or new equipment will require power. So how can we ensure that we have a smart manufacturing, digital transformation, and at the same time, we'll be able to achieve a green transformation? And maybe we'll just reduce the number of batteries we need and reduce the number of power supplies we use. And talk about power supply products that we have. In addition to power efficiency, we also focus a lot on the size and smaller form factors.
So this is another trend. Energy efficiency has to meet some requirements starting from the IT industries. Now we have seen the requirements for other industries. The customers or suppliers of the future factories can select delta, the power supply, so that you can have the first mover's advantage that before the government impose these regulations. You can start early to adopt our products because Delta has a co-design on energy saving and green energy. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jeffrey, for your comments. The panelists talked about the technology and industry information. The direction I'm seeing right now is smart manufacturing is the way to go, especially in post-pandemic era. It is essential that to keep the factories running in the coming years because of the trend of the low fertility rate and also the geopolitical tension. There are a lot of challenges, so smart manufacturing is an irreversible trend in the coming 5 to 10 years. Many research institutes also share this view. So smart manufacturing will continue its growth momentum in the coming years. So to conclude our forum, could each panelist share with us in the coming 5 to 10 years what direction will the smart factory move toward in terms of the industry trend and also technology trend? Since all of you are working in the related fields, what can companies do to retain their competitiveness within the industry? Andrew, could you start first? Just very briefly, AI application has been very mature. It works well with the system integration, I think, for the vertical, for manufacturing, that helps the production efficiency and also deliver the better throughput. It can replace some human labor, but the key of AI is to enhance the quality of the human decision making and efficiency. The question is, maybe number one, AI integration will become more prevalent. From NVIDIA's perspective, the enterprises can focus on their problems, for example, defect inspection or predictive maintenance, or even the much larger linguistic application. So NVIDIA's software would like to enable companies to focus on the problems they need to solve. And the problem solving can be based on the collaboration of the software and hardware. That's exactly what NVIDIA is delivering right now to our customers in Taiwan and also other countries. For example, ChatGPT, the hot topic right now. And Jensen, the founder, shared the story about the iPhone, the era. The iPhone has created the new ecosystem, and through this prompt engineering, that has bring a host of the application so that achieved the democratization of the apps. With the invention of the iPhone, the same goes for AI. It actually needs to have the top-down manager and cross-functional collaboration to achieve the benefits and to scale up the benefits. The founder also said that such a model will drive such a direction. While the breakthrough in NLP does exist, but through the design of prompts, the data that can be adapted to the right model. So personally, I think AI and also digital twins, the suggestion to all of you has been shared in my previous remarks. And NVIDIA would like to provide enterprise service with the infrastructure, the software and the hardware, so that you can solve your problems using the enterprise solutions. We can help you to adopt AI and the cloud solution so the model can go live as soon as possible. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Rebecca? I then mentioned next step, that is the future. I think Ryan also want to ask me about next step. Since I just said that, well, I would like to use the analogy of the macroeconomics and the microeconomics. The pandemic has accelerated the development by 3 to 5 times. That from the macroeconomic perspective, most of the manufacturers make the products for export market in the U.S. and also for the Europe. If we are pursuing the net zero, Apple, Microsoft, AWS, Google, Amazon will require the supply chain partners to pursue the net zero. We also talked about the geopolitical tension. I think I will not repeat what has been said. And from the microeconomic perspectives, that means each enterprise For example, in electronics manufacturing industry, and also petrochemical, in Far Eastern Group, there's a new Far Eastern New Century, semiconductor, and also even for the yacht industry, you have the different products. The progress of the digital transformation are also different. So you need to think about your next step by yourself and independently. Another dimension, Andrew and Susan all share about this. Technologies now are very mature. We have heard so many terms over the past 3 years. For example, for the data mining, artificial intelligence, deep learning, and also for the deep AI. With the advancement of the platform, we come up with different solutions, just like 5G and different devices with lower cost. For the AGV and also MR application, what would the future look like? I think the future will be different for different players. The previous question from Ryan. The manufacturing need to make reference or leverage others' success stories. I actually talked to the section chief, the Liu, several times very recently. I'm one of the industry association, and it is very important for us to have the cross-industry collaboration. The chairman of the AUO is also a member of the User Engineering Association, and also Delta, NVIDIA, and many semiconductor industry customers are in this association. And they can bring the university resources into the association. This is something we can leverage, especially for manufacturing. We usually do things we want to do, but we also need to know what's happening externally. So in a different association and project with different government agency have led me to think about this. The semiconductor, electronic assembly, metalworking, and also robotic arms from the north and central part to the south of Taiwan. And feel free to contact us if you are interested in any cross-industry collaboration. It's just like finding new friends. We can organize a sharing session. Thank you. Thank you very much, Rebecca. Susan? So we are the ERP provider. This is for the enterprise processes. So I will talk about the smart manufacturing from such a perspective. We trained our customers on the ERPs. And it is a process of standardization. We use a system to manage these business processes. In the future, smart factory software will move toward more intelligent and automation. That means intelligent processes, and Info has invested in R&D in this category, and we have come up with our products. For example, the modular products, data mining, the term you have heard for a long time. We use data mining, the process method, data mining. So the first step is to move from the core ERP to CRM, the scheduling, and the shop floor the execution, and the R&D. We linked all these points and collect the data. The data is actually the third factor of production. That's a consensus right now. So all the process data are stored in the data lake, and we can use these data for data mining. If we are a business conglomerate, we can analyze the good companies' process data. Which step takes more time? We can do these data mining tasks with these data mining tools so that our customers can use this tool to analyze their data. Automation. We usually talk about the approval processes and the different amounts in the purchasing process, and also different suppliers. Sometimes it is very complicated with the big data and AI model. The system can provide some suggestions or advices. You can feed in the scenario and the conditions. The system will search the historical data related to that scenario. So you don't not to ask the managers or supervisors. The system can do that for you. So all this is built on process standardization, and by that we can also enhance the process efficiency by leveraging different models under different scenarios. So this is from the software perspective. That will be the major direction for the smart factory in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much for your insights. I think the participants online and on-site have learned a lot from our panelists. Thank you very much for your generosity and sharing. That concludes our forum. Thank you very much.
在座几位语坛贵宾，那么机会非常难得，我们想要邀请几位贵宾来起身到我们的舞台中央合影留念，记录下我们今天这个下午各位非常非常精彩的分享。所以邀请几位贵宾一同到我们的舞台前。好，有请。好。 请贵宾们一同看向我们前方的大会摄影师，然后还有，如果我们现场的来宾伙伴想要拿起手机来捕捉这个画面，也可以。好，我们先看向正前方大会摄影。好，第一张，1、2、3。好，我们再来一张，1、2、3。那接下来这一张是不是竖起拇指比个赞呢？非常感谢各位在我们今天这个未来制造趋势论坛的前瞻科技部或未来工。
Thank you very much for joining us at this Future Manufacturing Forum. Thank you. We believe that through the exchanges at this forum, we have learned a lot from the speakers. And we also hope that this forum will bring in more business opportunities. We have successfully concluded the forum. If you borrow the simultaneous interpretation headset.
This concludes our forum today. Thank you for your participation. Please return your borrowed interpretation equipment to the reception desk to the staffs before leaving the event. Thank you very much.